Hi guys! Welcome to the stream. I hope that you're here because I was not sure if I was going to do a stream today. It's very hot and it's quite the holiday, but I came back from a marvelous diner dunch. What's the difference between like the combination of lunch and dinner? Dunch? What's your favorite diner food? Do you have a favorite diner or a favorite diner food? I had myself, this is really weird. It's very subconsciously dreaming about like chopped cheese, like cheesesteak, recently, and I opened the menu to a Los Angeles diner, and lo and behold, it's one of their summer specials. Of course, like what a summer treat. It hit the spot. It was exactly what I was expecting. I had double baked fries and piece of cherry pie. We went all out for this one. Did not hold back. I mean, I ate half the sandwich to leave room for the pie, but you know. Welcome! Happy Labor Day! How do you guys celebrate Labor Day? You smoking, you drinking, you being a good kid? I'm doing neither of those things right now. I'm drinking water. I almost was like second guessing this stream, honestly, just because it was so hot outside, and it's not much better inside. I mean, I do have AC, but it cannot get below like 82 degrees up in this biatch. The ice is quickly melting. But today, okay, I gotta tell you about today's stream, okay? Because this is one I've actually been putting off for a very long time. I've been planning on doing this specific project on stream for, it's got to be over a couple months at this point. And the reason why is just because I'm terrified. I bought a lot of supplies, and honestly, it doesn't seem that hard. But, you know, knowing me and knowing DIY, it's always in suspense. We usually figure it out, but, oh god, this room is such a mess. It's just been a hurricane of fire up in this place. Hello, Azure Cloud. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Okay, and so I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of these. So I'll give you a little preview here. This might like literally blind you, but we'll plug her in here. See what this is gonna end up looking like. You ready? Shield your eyes. Oh, I'm holding it backwards. Ah, there it is. Wow. Yikes. It's a lot of light. So, basically, this stuff is, if you've never seen it before, it's silicone tubing. Is it silicone all around? If it's silicone all around, which I'm thinking it might be, if this is rubber or plastic, we might have an okay time, but, This is LED lighting. Obvious, as you've seen, it's very bright, and it's false neon. Much more energy efficient, and obviously it will not be breaking. Look how like we can make a lot of designs with this, but what we're doing today, this is part one. If you see in the title, it says part one because like I said, I've been putting this off because I've been very afraid. I've been very afraid to fail, basically, but I'll tell you my plans for this. So let's jump over to our camera here. Okay, so I don't know if I've ever showed you guys this, but this is behind my desk. Oh, wow, it's hard to look at. So look at this. Okay, let's pull out a little bit. We've got, let's go all the way up to my ceiling. This beautiful fake neon, or fake, oh damn it, I was supposed to take this down and reposition it because of that seam right there that gives away that it's a false brick wall. We're putting false neon on a false brick wall, and these are a lot of my cards. I also meant to take these down. This is why I'm very unprepared. And this is what lights me. So this is also LED, as you see. You can't, you obviously are not being able to see it very well, right? No, let me. Okay, this is what this is made out of. So we've got, it's a very simple bare LED strip. And they're made up of single individual lights. And this is what lights me. Actually, it's like you barely need the lighting. It looks really nice when it's low light, whatever. But, I mean, I need it for, honestly, the camera does a really good job of compensating. But, I need it to light myself in my morning meetings, whatever. It actually kind of keeps me awake. This, I don't know if you could tell. Let's see if you can see this. It's very bright, so I'm not sure if you even can. Where's the... freak. If you can't tell, this is a very warm neon. It's a very warm neon because... this is a very white neon, but like a pure white, but the only other option for this particular tubing is blue white, and goodness knows that would be bad for my health. And to be honest, with this neon strip, or not neon, with this LED strip, I've actually tried to warm it up over the months that I've had it, which is months and months, maybe years. And I put like a yellow tinted tape over like every other little light in order to make it a little bit warmer on my face, because sometimes I end up looking extremely blue on camera and it's unflattering. Hey Luke, welcome! Never miss a Just Paula stream, as Orcloud says. I think someone told me once, gotta make mistakes in order to learn. Let's make some mistakes though, shall we? Wanna make some mistakes with me, guys? Okay, so this is what we're going to do today. So, first, we're gonna do a couple things, okay? First of all, you guys need to help me figure out what this thing is gonna say. We might have talked about this in the past, or I maybe was just talking to individual people, and I have held a poll on my Instagram. If you guys are on my Instagram, it is at thisisjustpaul, just like all my other social media. And I opened the question up to you guys. Got a lot of really interesting responses, really cool responses. What I'm looking for is a really erect radio neon sign. This is possible, okay? We've got some options here. So I meant to make a list, of course, last minute deciding to do this. There are a couple things that I have in mind. We could make it say wrecked radio or something like get wrecked, but something that I really want to make sure that this sign says, that I'm going to be staring at this sign all day, every day. So, something that's pretty imperative to me is that I want it to be a message of encouragement, of positivity, because I'm very susceptible that if I'm fed something every single day, even subconsciously, it'll leak into my psyche and it might change my mood. So that's why something like get wrecked, it's fine, but it's kind of like, it's kind of negative. I haven't yet, like, with me when it comes to choosing anything, like choosing when I'm shopping for options of anything or when I'm looking for something, it usually screams at me when I see it. I usually will see something, will hear something, and I'll say, that's it. And it's very particular, and it could be anything. Sometimes I don't know what I want. Like, for example, I'm very excited. I just ordered a chair for my balcony, and I've been sitting on this purchase for months now, this chair. At first I thought I was just gonna get like a metal cheapo bar stool, like a bar, those kinds of metal chairs, frame chairs that like stack on each other. And I'm like, this is what I'm gonna get. It fits exactly in the space on my balcony, but I just was never sure, and I didn't think it was 100% right. Until I realized that you can get like a tufted bar stool. And I also didn't know how tall I wanted it. Well, I found like a tufted red bar stool that goes up and down. So then I was like, Oh, I found it. Like, this is it. And I didn't even know I was looking for something like that, even though I love Pulsativity Space. Oh, that's cute. Wait a minute. Pulsativity. That is so cute. Did Jake Paul take that? I hope not. Or the other Paul. I hope we're not copying them, because that's something. But that is a really good pun. Okay, wait. How can we make that a pun? More of a pun? What if Corn Pop was a good dude and just protecting the kids from a creepy lifeguard? That is, I have no idea what that means. No idea. I highly doubt the other Paul took that. No offense, the other Paul fans. Yeah, they're not. Are they very positive? Wait a minute. So I'm trying to think of like puns of a phrase like. This is obviously negative, but toxic pulsativity, like that would be a pun. Is there any other phrase that's very short that is stay pulsative? Like hold steady, stay positive? Oh my God. I cannot believe we might have just cracked this. Holy crap. Okay, listen. I'm gonna write this down. Because the thing is, landing on the phrase that we're going to make into neon, we're going to just figure that out this time, and next time in part 2, we're actually going to make the sign. So I'm going to be collecting a lot of different options, and stay pulsative. That's so good. I love it so much. I'm going to see the Hold Steady literally in 4 days here in Los Angeles. That's just so perfect. And they're one of my favorite bands. That's, Azure Cloud coming out on top. Good job. Okay, that's one of the big contenders. Other things that I've thought of, and like I'm trying to think of for one thing, it has to be a very short phrase. These are kind of like our prerequisites for whatever phrase goes up here. Stay positive, very top contender. I do want to still continue to take some options as we go along. I love puns too, Azure Cloud. Like, it's my bread and butter. Like, I don't know if I've always been that way, but like recently I'm like, oh, puns are fun. They're fun. Okay. Anyways, thank you. Anyways, what we're going to do today, as you saw, when it comes to my neon here, I have a strip that's right next to my head. This is like, if I'm staring at my wall, this is right here, okay? And then I have this over here that lights the front of me, and it goes all the way kind of back here. And so I need to do something that goes over here. And what we're going to do, regardless of if we're going to make anything rec ready or not, we are going to make something that resembles an audio signal. And when it comes to this stuff, I'm mainly thinking of like the cover of Arctic Monkeys' Do I Want to Know? Okay. I'll show you that. Arctic Monkeys' Do I Want to Know? So, as you see here, this is kind of like the symbolism that they used for this album and single. I don't know what the album was called. I can't remember. I don't remember. Couldn't tell you. I like this song a lot. But they used a lot of this, as you see here, like this symbolism, and it's simple, but it's obviously like sound waves. So that's what I'm kind of going for, because that's how this will behave. So we're gonna make that today. And what we're going to do here, this is how it's gonna go. Again, So I'm thinking this neon, it's not gonna necessarily go here because we want more of a design. It's gonna go right up here, and it's going to, I hope I can trail it a little bit up this way. Actually, I wonder if I can plug this in. Wait, let me try something. I already have my LED fader in here. I wonder if this plugs in. I don't remember. It's gonna go dark, or just really even. Okay. Is it gonna light? No. I thought this worked. I thought I tested this before, but now I'm second guessing myself. Cause I don't think I have another fader, and I really kind of want a fader. Ugh. No? Sad day. Do I have to get a separate fader? Cause I wanted to turn it up and down. Oh wait. Hold the horses. I have this. This came with my kit. Let me see here. Okay, this this little piece. Well, this isn't a fader either. Is it? Oh, maybe this came with. Where's the fader part? What does this part do? It just has an on button? Maybe this goes to a remote. Do I have a remote? I didn't see a remote. Does this come with a remote? This is supposed to be child's play, by the way. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the case. Oops. I've got all these parts. So here's some of our collection here. These are connectors and wires, and this is what we're basically, you know, since we've got, jeez, this is bright. We have this part of the wall, and then we have this part of the wall, which is the sign, and they need to be connected, and so do the different letters of whatever we're going to configure together. Okay. Audio signals. Stay positive. Stay hungry. That's lovely. I love that. That looks like a connector for audio. Audio. Interesting. Wait a minute. It says right here. Look at this. It's on here. Touch LED dimmer. Wow. How does that work? Okay, let's actually plug it in and see. Because I want to touch it. I would rather not use a remote control that I will lose. Okay, this is connected. Now what? How is this a dimmer? It's plugged in, right? Oh! What was that? How did I do that? Just shifted it? Okay, cool, but how does it dim? I think I... Oh man, where is it? Oh, here's some more pieces. I'm not seeing a remote. If I had a remote, I don't have it right now. Touch. Wait a minute. I don't see a remote on this thing. LED dimmer. It adopts caps. Switch and dimming function can be realized by touching 12 to 24 volts directly. Driven LED light. Okay. This is in English. Such as LED cabinet light, rigid bar. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, you just hold it. How do you turn it off? It just keeps getting brighter. Okay. basically you just hold your finger on it, and then you hold your finger on it again to dim it. That's pretty cool. Because I know this looks really bright on camera, like it looks like a shining orb, but this is a nice kind of dim light. Does this look good lighting me? Let me see. It looks nice and sunny. I think it'll be fine. I think this will work. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, you could probably hook a bunch of other LED kits together. I'm gonna now turn this off though, because whoa, you're not supposed to really keep it coiled and light it up for too long. I figured it out. I figured it out. Okay. Okay, let's get on to the first project. So I should have put a runner that says, you know, let's see here. Can I still do that? I still want to find dreaming slow. Crystal light, crystal light, crystal light on the brain. Crystal light, crystal light. Excuse me. I don't like this font, sorry guys. Maybe I wanna be her brain, don't get in her way, run away. Just give me a regular. Let's. Alright, I'm just gonna keep this on the screen so everybody coming in can see it. Alright. Because we're gonna keep figuring this out throughout the entire show. Like, I honestly stay positive. Oh, I love that so freaking much. Some other ideas that I had, just to give you an idea, is honestly, like, there are a lot of sayings. There are a lot of ones that are really cute. I mean, since it's custom, it can say anything. I was thinking of, like, it saying, like, wreck radio, get wrecked, like I said. Again, that's kind of negative, I guess. It's not real. It's kind of neutral, but I still want something that's encouraging. Oh, and I guess I should take down all my pictures. Well, no, we're not doing that yet. We'll do that for next time. I'll keep them up for next. Yeah, great. Okay. So it has to be short. I want it to be clever, and I want it to be encouraging. You guys get it. Okay. So, let's start. Now, the first thing that I needed, and I'm sad that this is my best option because it's quite bent, but what I was going to do is take this piece of poster board and basically fit it up to there so that this is the space we're working on. We have to glue this to something, basically. And my wall is pretty much beige. It would have been much better if I literally got something that looked exactly like my wall. Am I doing that right now? Is that what I'm doing? I might, yeah. I have some paint that I bought from the paint store that's pretty much exactly these colors, and I would love that. I would really love that. Okay, first, let's prep here. So we're gonna make our audio signal. And let's see. Okay, I don't think I like this poster board. I want to get something. Poster board really sucks, I have to say. Like, I've been using it for years, but it just falls apart so easily. Oh my gosh. I found this piece of white cardboard. I wonder if there's any more that's a better shape. It's like a... Oh man. I'd much prefer the cardboard. Honestly, I can use any cardboard, right? Because we're gonna paint it. Oh boy. Do I have anything else? Oh, so prepared we are. Actually, look at this. I've been slinging this around forever, and it was some packaging for a frame, and by golly, that's a really close color match to my wall. We're gonna use that. All right, we found it, you guys. We found it. I'm gonna cut this to size. Let's do some measurements here. Do you like my dress? Let's do an outfit of the day. I am so freaking in love with this. Oh, sorry. Look at this adorable dress. This is a new to me dress. We basically don't tell any of my friends, but I had a very short preview of the upcoming clothing swap where my friends all just trade clothes. I've told you about before. It's like one of my favorite things in the world because I'm a cheap ass hoe and I love fashion. Okay, so let's see here. My big ass. What do we got here? So we need to make this 17 inches, maybe 17 and a half, but we're not going, that's just for the entire thing. 17 and a half, cool. And about 5 inches up and down. Coolness. Okay, let's switch back. I don't know if this is my favorite purchase. Like, I spent, I think, $30 on this thing, and it's just very, it doesn't fit anywhere. It's like one of the biggest things I own. How long is this? It's like 50 inches. Okay. It's like I can't use it. It's so big that I can barely use it. I can't fit it on this desk. Oops, sorry. Like, you know what? Let's try going small first. Okay. Let's just measure out the 5 inches across. I'm gonna take it from kind of like the middle here because I want to get a place that's pretty clear. I've got like some smuts on this. I've been trucking this thing around for quite a while. At least a year now. It's been in I have this, I don't know how many, oh my gosh, I made such a mess over there. But, as a crafter, I have just like all of this scrap cardboard that I keep around for these exact moments. Okay, but let's remove everything from the desk that shouldn't be here. I'm so glad I've decided to take this easy because this has been very daunting. This LED kit has been sitting beside my own desk for months now, and I've just been so afraid to move. I do have to say though, I have to say this, and this is very positive. I'm never gonna stop saying it. I love it so much. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. A cheap hoe too. I'm actually looking for another job that pays more. Understandable. I'm currently living 3 lives right now. Lots of jobs, but I kind of like all of them, which is great. Oh my god, it's hot, you guys. It has been over 100 degrees on average, like, every day for the past 2 weeks here. It has been brutal. Only recently, though, has my AC kind of been failing me a little bit. Not completely. I can't complain because there are some people out there that are just, like, literally living in the trenches. I'm, like, so afraid I'm gonna just, like, cut into one of these wires. Okay. I'm gonna just mark this. This is my... This looks... Get all the smuts-free places. And this is cool because it's corrugated and it kind of looks industrial, which the neon, it makes sense. Okay, 5 inches. So that's our markings. I don't want to bring this T-square back up here. It's very, very daunting. Let me just, actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut off these ends here, so, because I'm, like, trying to fit this on my desk right now. As you see, you're a little bit, you can only see part of it, but we're gonna zoom in. Don't you worry. I'm spilling water all over it. Great. Because I wouldn't... This is definitely longer than 17 inches, I'm pretty sure. Alright. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So basically... Yeah, okay. Should I just... Okay, I think I can do this actually right now. Let me take my T-square here and mark this 17 inches so I can just start cutting this part now. I like have to put it through the slats of my desk. Okay. Marker? Pencil will do. Okay, that's right there. Well, I said 17, right? That looks about right. It looks kind of short, to be honest. I'm gonna cut it for a little more room, just to give myself the leeway, just in case I was wrong. Luke says, it's so warm here in Norway, I'm melting like a snowman. Oh, you poor thing. I definitely relate. I think everybody does right now. It's kind of warmer than everybody's normal, no matter what that normal is. I swear to God, guys, I think this planet's gonna burn before we all make it to a natural old death. That sounds very, not very positive. But, I think it's true. I was supposed to cut, whatever. Okay. I'm gonna cut these edges right here. We're gonna get to the actual neon. Actually, if everything kind of like goes easily, the neon, this part of the neon plan is gonna be kind of a short project, because, I mean, honestly, the biggest question I have is what kind of glue can we use? Actually, so I was originally going to use hot glue, but I just bought a new glue. It's a wood glue, and it might work really well. It's a very quick tack wood glue. Okay, I'm just gonna cut. Let's see here. Okay, now I have to actually get my T-square back in here. It's so hard to work with. I wish I had something maybe like half this size. Why did I get one so big? I was shooting for the moon. I'm like, what would it hurt? Oh wait, I can move it. That's why I bought this. Oh, so I'm so sorry. I just bonked you guys right in the ear. So this is, I mean, it is a pretty cool T-square. So it basically, let's not pierce my freaking monitor or anything. It can move up and down, and you know, it wasn't that expensive for how cool it is. But one of the problems is, like, it's supposed to create a perfect T, and I kind of question that sometimes. Maybe I have no business saying that, but it could match up better. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So, right, Jessica, this is what it's used for. You bought it for a reason. Use it. Oops. There goes the cap. Okay. I'm gonna like literally just draw my lines, and then we're gonna cut by hand, and we're gonna put this freaking monstrosity away. Guys, what was your favorite movie this year? So I was just coming back from hanging out with my friends. Oh my god. Something awful happened to me this weekend. I almost had just a panicky, like, existential crisis. Well, for one thing, I went to emo karaoke, which is the freaking best. Had the best time. It was even better than the first time because, like, I wasn't nervous. I, like, could care less. I was just there to enjoy myself and make friends, and I definitely did. And I was also there till I closed it out, and that was the best feeling ever. Last time I ran, and right after my song, because I felt quite embarrassed from not expecting how difficult it was going to be. And this time, so what happened this time, I went at doors open. I thought I was being like a couple minutes late, but actually the show didn't start till quite a while after I thought I was there, and which is fine. These guys are such pros. Like, I am in such awe of the band that plays. It's got to be over 100 songs, emo songs that they know, and they do an 80s and a 90s night. Incredible, right? Okay, it's a little less freaking daunting. There's still some smuts over. There's like smuts on every part of it though. It's like I can't get away from it. Oh, this is too long, right? We're gonna cut it down, never mind. And it's gonna be covered up by neon. I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyways, so I get there pretty early. I start talking to people, nice guys, and then the show starts and it's a blast. I'm jamming, I'm dancing, and this time I picked Fall Out Boy's Thanks for the Memories. And so I put my name in, and something pretty peculiar happened. I am waiting all night, and that shouldn't be a problem. Like, the way that it works is you put your name in, and they randomize it. It gets put into a shuffle so that you can be called at any time during the night, and it keeps you on your toes, and it keeps you in the room because you want to go. What am I doing? They want you to support everybody else like you should, and you want to be, so kind of surprised, like, oh, it's your turn, and you're in suspense the whole time. Okay, let's see here. Good, okay, and now I get to cut off the schmutz. I cut off my measurements, so... Oops, sorry. Oh, for God's sakes, we have to do this again. So anyways, so the thing about this is that you text your song to, like, the automation, the robot, and it says, got your song, like, blah, 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 and it takes it off the list, okay? So I am waiting all night, and at some point somebody gets on stage, and I'm like, okay, I have to go to the bathroom, and I see who's coming up next, and it's not me, so I'm like, okay, cool, I at least have like 3.5 minutes to go pee and then come back. As I'm coming out of the bathroom, I see that I had gotten a text maybe 10 minutes ago that said, aw shucks, your song, somebody else is going to be singing your song or something like that. And I'm like, does that mean I missed it? I missed hearing it? But at the time that I got the text, I was definitely in the room, and I remember that because it was the guitarist's birthday, and they were like, all right, guys, 3 minutes till midnight. And at the time, I was I remember that, and that was when the text was sent, the automation. And so I was there. I was definitely in the room, and they never called my name. You can also see it on a screen. It was never up there. And my new friend said, no, we didn't hear your name either. So a guy, some other guy, eventually at some point in the night, it said, but don't worry, you can pick another song. And so I did, because once you pick a song, it should have been done. Like, no one else was supposed to be able to take it, except for the guy that took my song, I guess. Cause I heard it, like a guy saying thanks for the memories, maybe like 4 songs later. I'm like nervous. I said 17, right? I think that was even more than I needed. So let's just make it 17. Okay, I don't want to use this thing one more time tonight. It is too cumbersome. So, I mean, I still danced. I still had a great time. I'm just confused about how that works. But I immediately put my name in for my second choice, which honestly was freaking great. It was Jimmy Eat World's The Sweetness. I've had the song stuck in my head since, and this song just makes me smile so much. It's so powerful. I don't know what the song's about. Like, I don't know what The Sweetness is. I've loved this same album for since I was a teenager, but I never looked up exactly what it's about. But it's such a jam. If anybody knows what it's about, please let me know in the comments here. Cause one of the last line is, "This sweetness will not be concerned with me," and I have no idea what that is alluding to. The lyrics surrounding it are kind of vague, I guess. Just kind of the same old emo lyrics, but if anybody knows, I would love to know. Sounds very live your best positive life attitude. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, look at Luke giving us some is this Swedish, Nordic? Wrong chat. I'm sorry. Please. Great. That's fine. Okay, this is our canvas that we're gonna be working with. So this shouldn't be too hard. We're gonna make, and it basically, I feel like the only thing that could go wrong is a glue that doesn't stick. And what I'm really nervous about is, I don't know if the back is also silicone. It kind of looks like it is. I think the whole thing is silicone. That means no glue will stick to it. I guess maybe except for silicone glue. We're gonna see. We're going to see. So, first off, okay. I have a thing against hot glue. Everybody uses hot glue for things, but it's a pretty impermanent glue. Technically it's permanent, but I've seen it fail and melt because the thing is, it is affected by heat, and it's a high heat, but we are connecting it to lights. They get warm. I'm afraid over time, these aren't that hot right now, but I know that LEDs can, and I don't know how hot this does get, and so I don't think that that's a good idea. I guess what I'm gonna try is this wood glue. It's Gorilla Wood Glue. Okay, let's first see. Okay. I'm gonna have a little bit of a hang off here. I do want a little more than that, because am I able to do that? Can I just tuck this around? Because I wanted to kind of light the side of my face as well. But I don't know how much of an option I'm gonna have with that. I guess I could just, that's ugly. There's so little room right here. So, sorry guys, you're like, oh my god, I'm sick. So this is my dimmer, right? Okay, and that's where it goes. And that's where the new dimmer's gonna go, apparently. This cord, so we've got no light here. I wish I had light, because this window isn't always filled with sunlight. It's still light out right now. Is it? It's kind of late. Kind of late to be so light. We're gonna lose light eventually. But The light starts all the way up here. I wish it would start down here, but all these cords are so ugly. Don't know what to do with them. I guess I could just tuck them around somewhere. Because the dimmer has to be here. Let's see. Oh wait, the dimmer has to be... So that's like almost exactly as much as the old one. As the old dimmer. Okay, what does... Let me just... I'm just kind of like playing it out here. Can I deal with this? Can I tuck it or loop it? It just looks so ugly. All the cords, I don't like them. But I think I can kind of deal with them. I'm like, can I just tie this in a knot? Don't the Paul brothers have, or one of the Paul brothers have something called impulsive, and that's their kind of like pun? Isn't that how they use their name, which is so up their alley? Like that makes a whole lot more sense for them. But I don't want to be nicking any of their puns. I mean, I guess it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Do I care? Do I care? I'm like trying to put this into a knot that will kind of like stay there and be like kind of aesthetic. I don't know about that. So that would go right into the dimmer. That might work. Okay. All right, so let's start it right about here. And so, oh, sorry guys. Okay. So this stuff... Let's have it kind of come off a little bit. And then, so basically I want to start it with like little squigglies and kind of go, I guess, up into big squigglies. Do we understand that? Okay, so basically, like, again, this could be a short project if the glue actually works. I'm going to try, I think my first preference, I'm going to try this wood glue first, and if it's not sticking like we want it to, I can also try, super glue, but I don't have that much faith in it. Now, if all else really does fail, but the thing is with this, so this kit came with something, or one of these things that I bought came with something. Oh, why did you do that, Jessica? So these are like holders, and if all else fails, which there's not that many of these, and that's why I'm really worried. Like so I would basically be lining them up next to each other and kind of winding them in and out. I guess I could do that. If it fails that we like cannot glue this thing with the silicone to the board, this will be basically our only hope. But God, that does not seem like enough. I guess we're gonna have to make do though. So I'm getting us prepared for failure and and being able to fix us when we're when we're down. But I do want to try to glue it first. I think that that's the best way to go, because that's what I'm doing. And so to educate more, so do you see this dark little line here? They have them every, it looks like inch or 2 inches, maybe 2 inches. And that's where you cut it so that you can continue on with the design. Very cool. Okay. That's where we're gonna start. Okay, right away we're gonna learn. Let's try the super glue first, because we'll know right away if this ends up working or not. And honestly, super glue is my BFF. Super glue, I use it, you know, if you want to learn some of the fake food secrets. I'm gonna actually put a little mark on this in case I lose it, where the start of this is. If I can even mark it. Does it just... It doesn't come off. Okay, so I just marked it with a marker, and it kind of stays when I... That's a good sign. Usually it's a sign if it like stays, that it's porous and will actually work with us. Okay, I'm gonna just keep this, and super glue is really fast working, so again, we'll know pretty quickly. This cardboard isn't very porous either, but okay. It almost was sticking. I could feel it stick a little bit, but then it let go. This is our Instant Bond wood adhesive. 10-second handling, 8-second set. Ideal for MDF and porous woods. Designed for finish and trim carpentry. So I feel like it's a very, I mean, we're not dealing with porous materials necessarily, but it is good. I think it's pretty good at what it does. Okay, let me see if this, no, it's not sticking. It like feels like it's sticking for a second, and then it's lying. I also have this alien tape. This might be an option. If you guys know what alien tape, it's incredibly sticky. I want to try this next. Instead of the, because I don't know about this. We really are not working with Instant Bond. Oh, don't get on my new dress. The glue. Try again. Let that dry. So alien tape is just incredibly sticky, but you can kind of tear it off when you need to. And I feel like, and it's also very, very stretchy, which is what silicone is. And I'm hoping that it will have a similar property, maybe. I'm just gonna cut off a bit in order to just kind of stick it down and see if it's gonna work. Okay. So I took the covering off. Let's see. I think we marked it, right? We marked it. Do we still have it? Where'd it go? There's like coffee drops on this because I've literally been, oh, there it is, good. So this stuff is so good that you like have to keep it with its special bag so the tape itself doesn't stick to stuff. Okay, I'm gonna put it right here. Press it down. Okay, not at all. I think this is silicone. That's very disappointing. I just came up with an idea. So the thing about the hot glue is that you can do hot glue on the bottom, yes, but you can also make kind of like a hot glue ring around it. So basically you can glue it on the bottom, and then that will, the hot glue will be sticking to the cardboard, and then you can kind of take it up and make a little basically lock it in with hot glue that surrounds the whole thing, and it would take the place of these. I mean, my qualms with these guys is that I just have such a limited supply of something that's, but it might be our only hope, and we wouldn't need any of these screws. I get all these free screws because we'd be gluing it to the board, and then I guess I would have to get a whole lot more of these to actually do the neon sign, which was another concern, but I guess that's not that difficult. So what should we do? Should we try the hot glue hold and basically I'm afraid it's gonna ruin the LED. Like, that's what I'm kind of afraid of. I mean, silicone is really heat resistant. What if it moves on it? I never thought about that. What do you think? Azure Cloud says that's their podcast show, Impulsive. I think that's what we were talking about. So Jess, did you hear that somebody won an art contest using AI generated art? I did see that. I saw it, I think, on Philip DeFranco's show. Did we talk about AI art here on the show, here on the live stream? My view on AI art, I've never played around with it. I mean, I can see exactly how it works. You know, you're typing in a description, and then the AI has learned from basically searching the internet for so long what kind of picture they can make from the words that you use, just combining all these things, and so somebody apparently was using these prompts to get to what they wanted until they created exactly what was in their mind. This is my stance as an artist on that kind of thing. A long time ago, honestly, this has to do with rec radio, when people were complaining about streaming, they were complaining that streaming was taking away from the music artist. And of course, as a music fan and somebody who supports artists, you would think that my reaction would be like, stop the streaming services. The thing is about that, once a piece of technology has advanced the predecessor and it exists in the free world, you can't take it back. You can't put the toothpaste back into the tube. And the person that doesn't realize that just gets left behind. You can't do anything about it. It's also like the coal industry. You know, Trump and the right wanted to bring coal jobs back, but it's a dirtier, energy, like source of energy, and it's a more dangerous job. Everything about the coal industry is lesser, worse, slower, more expensive. Everything is worse. I mean, maybe not more expensive. More and more the price of renewable energy, green energy, has been going down over the years. But they could say it was cheaper only because like it wasn't as much a commodity. That is the old coal burning. So I was always of the mind, I said to myself, Jessica, if something comes along that you don't agree with or you don't understand, and you become that curmudgeon old woman and you say like, I don't like this, you're gonna too be left in the dust. And that's how I see things. Like, you can't stop it, so how do you get ahead of it? As an artist, I gotta agree. Like, I gotta understand if somebody wanted me to do a piece, like a full like oil painting, it will take me months. And it could take me months, and I'm going to create one image that the client may or may not like. And so I'm acknowledging my own human limitations. I can't be against AI, and that's just kind of how I see it. You want to say, is it fair? Fair doesn't matter. Fair doesn't matter when it comes to talking realistically. So I would love to play with AI. Honestly, I was actually thinking about playing with AI on one of these live streams one day. My first venture into such. Would that be something you guys are interested in? My only concern was AI being used over artists due to time limitations. It's going to be. That's just it. It is going to be. And because it's available to everybody, like, we can't stop it. We can't do anything about it. And I don't think we should, because that's just underutilizing a resource that exists. And again, being proactive for something that's slower, older, everything. So if you want a piece by somebody you love, that, and an artist you respect, that's just how it's different. And I myself, I've always wanted to be like the personality behind the art, not just the image, so that if somebody wanted a piece that was a Just Paul piece, there would be no other one like it. Even if it was AI, I mean, apparently you can do it in the style of somebody, but it would not be coming from them. It's like as if you were getting, the difference between getting like a printed off Christmas card that just said the same thing to every single person, that you mass mail it out to, or getting a handwritten note. There's a big difference between that. To hold in your hand a handwritten letter from somebody that you love, that's kind of the difference between like somebody who created a piece of art and somebody who created art in the style of Van Gogh or whatever. I don't have enough water. I had that whole jar of water. Okay. So, you have to go to band practice. Good luck. Oh my god, get ready for the gig tonight. Oh, have a good show, Luke. We're all rooting for you. Thank you for dropping in and actually, that's really nice of you. I appreciate it. So, let's start. I think I'm going to try. Hi, Patrick Adams. What are you doing for Halloween next month? Making fake food costumes? Making fake foods or costumes? I am definitely, technically my fake foods are costumes. So I've been doing that, like, it's all behind me. It's the mess on my floor is all fake food stuff. You can see the little pumpkin pies in the back there. Ah! I've been doing it all month. So I want to actually try this glue gun method that I'm thinking of right now. I want to see if I am correct. And then as soon as I make one of these little locks, I want to test it and see if it still freaking lights up. If it doesn't, I've ruined, I guess, $20 worth of LED, which isn't that bad, to be honest. The only other thing that I would be able to do is so here is the little lock. I guess these wouldn't be that expensive. Why am I being so difficult about it? Should I just use them? I'm afraid I'm not going to have enough. Let's try the little glue lock. I'm curious, right? What's they're called? Makes sense. I support your art, even if it came to AI. I personally would still pay for art from people, even if they didn't want to use AI. I like being supportive like that. I would too. I agree, because it's not only like AI is going to create one piece. People create entire brands and selections. Like, there's this one artist that I would love to afford someday. Honestly, he didn't give me that high of a price, but I just couldn't afford it at the time when I asked him. But there's a photographer in Pittsburgh. He's my favorite photographer. He happens to be in Pittsburgh, but honestly, he's my favorite photographer of all time I've ever seen. And his name is Sassy McDracula. I think his real name is Nathan King. I think it is. And he makes very dark and moody and desaturated, kind of like vintage vibe, spooky photography. He takes pictures of graveyards and liminal nighttime scapes, like when you're walking down the street and you look into somebody's lit window. I love that stuff. And he just has such a unique way of doing it. And he's captured pieces that you could find these places on AI, but they won't be real places. Like, my favorite photograph of his is he captured this house on the side of it, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I know where this house is in Pittsburgh, which again makes it all the more exciting. And it's got a giant neon cross on the side of it. And it's lit up at night in his picture. And so not only does that, it came from this artist that I respect, but it's also of a house in my town, and it's representing something that is like part of my aesthetic. Like, I was just talking about this with friends. I asked my friend just today, we were out, like I said, at Dunch, And I asked my friend Liana, well, who's your favorite director? If you could name one, and she named one. I don't remember his name. But I said that the only director that's really ever stood out to me as a director is Baz Luhrmann. I didn't see Elvis. We actually were watching like previews of that movie. Because I haven't been in like a commercial theater in like years now, to be quite honest with you. And Baz Luhrmann, he had such a signature style, and I absolutely fell head over heels for Romeo and Juliet. And that aesthetic of like neon and old Catholic iconography, like I'm an expat as far as religion goes, but it still has a lot of significance about like in my past and such. We're waiting for the glue to heat up. That's why I'm kind of stalling and not doing anything with my hands here. I'll just what is this? Okay. But yeah, so to have that piece, that cross, I need to get it. I want a really big piece. Like, he quoted me for a small piece, like a piece of computer paper that was $70, and I was like, oh, I didn't expect it to be that much. But I want it really, really much larger, so that would be more expensive, and I want to afford that someday, because it's absolutely one of my favorite pieces. He was actually giving me a buy one get one free or half off or whatever, and the other one was of his dog standing at the top of the stairs against some Halloween decorations. It was so cute. Maybe I should buy that from him sometime. Maybe I'll buy it from him with all my Halloween money. That'd be great. Ezra Cloud says, I have an art piece from one of the members of the Kevlar band I talked about before. It's a Life is Strange art piece. Life is Strange art piece. I love when Hollywood does Romeo and Juliet stories. First Kill, which was a vampire and vampire lesbian Romeo and Juliet story, was so good. I was upset it was canceled after season 1. Oh, it was a series? I thought it was a movie. No, that makes sense. I didn't actually watch it. Sometimes I end up watching only like criticism videos of shows. I was just interested in that one. They had some things to say about it, but I haven't seen it myself, so I don't have an opinion. Okay. Get off! But the LGBT criticizers, they usually have a lot to say that something isn't good enough. That's usually what I end up hearing all the time. Where's my little mark? There it is. Well, at least the marker's kind of staying on. Okay, let's see if this goes like... Oh, sorry. Let's see if this works like I think it should. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna bury it in this little glue spot, and then I'm gonna kind of like drip this little fountain. I guess that won't... I wonder if that's just not gonna look good, if we're gonna be able to see kind of like this glue dot mountain. And I guess we're gonna have to stay here until it completely dries, if it actually does work out. I feel like I don't know how this could fail. Unless the glue doesn't stick to the cardboard, but it should. It should. Can you guys see it alright? It's a little dark. Okay, it's still a little tacky. This might be the suspenseful part, because we're gonna have to wait for all these little glue dots. Maybe as we go along, we'll get a little bit faster and be able to maybe do multiple at one time. But I have no idea if this is gonna work. So this is our first big inquiry, right? Oh, it's still tacky, but it's getting hard. I'm gonna stop saying that. Petrograms. Oh, so those white cardboard cutouts are for the neon signs. I thought it was paper. Yeah, we got a piece of cardboard here. It's not a very, it's like kind of a flimsy piece of cardboard, but I don't think that that matters. I just kind of need a background for it, and then once I have it all on here, I can just, you know, just paste this up onto the wall. I can use the alien tape for that. If this doesn't work, our only option is to glue these things down and then to kind of place them where we want them. I have watched quite a few. This is almost dry. It's almost completely good. Oh man, wait a minute. I just realized something. I'm using a like it's not that transparent, but I have a, okay, this is, we're gonna take this one out, and I have a clearer one so that it actually will, you can see through it. Here we go. This this that I just picked up, actually, this longer one is actually it's supposed to be higher heat too. Okay guys, moment of truth. It's staying. I think it's good. I think this will work. Although this, I really shouldn't have used this. This is a dollar store glue stick, and it is white. That's okay because it's the first one. It'll kind of like look like the beginning of something. So we've got our better glue now. It's still a little warm, but it's really quite sticking. I mean, I don't think it's going much of anywhere. Good! I think we can do... Okay, wait. Let's see if it lights up, if it's damaged. Now, this is silicone, so hopefully it won't have damaged the inside. I think it will be strong enough. Let's see. Looks fine to me. Yay! We can do it! I'm wondering if I can get two, like... Okay. Let me get my references out here so we can talk about what this is gonna look like. And that, yeah, this will take up a good amount of the show here. Can't even see the glue. Yeah, wait, let me try it again. Let me see if I can see it, because it's, I apologize, it's kind of blown out. See if I can. Oh, it's good. It's pretty good. Like I can, if I look closely, I can see it. I know that you guys can. It's kind of blown out, but like I can see a little bit of it, but not really. Like it's still shining through. That's great though. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Okay. Getting glue all over my desk. Let me look these references back up. Let's go images. Okay, okay. So this is what I want. If I can do the double, that would be super cool. Or even this, actually. That would be easier for sure. I don't think we can get, oh, sorry. I don't think we can get that many rotations on, sorry, here, let me. I don't think we can get that many loops, but I think we can get that. Maybe something in between. Oh, that would be in between. That is in between. Let's go for that. Let's go for the double kind of in between. So it has kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has like 5 peaks. Sorry. It has 5 peaks each on each, like, what do you want to call it? Like mountain. And then it has one little peak in the middle, kind of. So let's do it. I'm going to try, what I have to do with this is get it extremely, like, taut for these first couple. And honestly, I think it looks like it's going to be a lot more tubular, like, and maybe a little bit more organic. I'm not sure. I don't think I can, like, test it by just holding it. Wow, that glue's really staying in place. I hope it continues to. Although I do have to say one thing. Look at this. It can slide in and out, which is something that I was suspecting, but I think once we have kind of a maze of all of these sticking here, it won't be able to move because the other glue tabs will be holding it in place. But I think this is going to look quite organic, and I'm kind of happy about that. Like, we're going to kind of get a shape that's, like, more like this, and I kind of love that. I think I'm going to really like that. Maybe people won't understand what they're looking at, but whatever. All right, let's start with this one. Should I glue it at the peaks or at the valleys? It would make sense to glue it at the peaks, right? Would it all unwind? I wonder if it all would go just like freaking straight. I wonder if it could do that. I guess, I'm not sure what the right idea is, what the right decision is. I need to hook this over somewhere. Okay, goodbye. Glue. Oh, I missed both of them, don't worry. I don't know what to do. If I should do the peaks or the valleys or both. Let's do the peaks and see what happens, okay? Actually, I don't even have to do underneath. I really just have to make the little loop-de-loop and make sure that it kind of sticks on both sides. As long as it gets onto the cardboard. I don't know. I don't know how well that's gonna work, but... Oh, see, definitely can't move it. It looks like I can't do more than one at a time, because if I try to, like, kind of bend the other one, it will move this guy. I think the silicone's gonna be quite safe, and I'm very excited about that. I have all these glue sticks, and I honestly don't use them except for my mold making. When I make the mold walls. That's all I use glue sticks for. So we're gonna chat in between every single one of these little notches. I had that dunch was gigantic, but now I'm already hungry again. I didn't take it home because it was all like bread and french fries and stuff. I did eat all the pie though, for the most part. You thought of doing chalk art? Just something fun to say. I have thought of doing chalk art. I've never done it yet. I have a lot of pastels that I have at home that I don't do anything with, and I always kept them specifically for chalk art. One day I'll get my show back, and I'll get to do more kind of like videos around my crafts and stuff. I can't wait for that day to actually come, because I really do miss my show. It's just that life doesn't allow for it right now. But I love doing lives with you guys. It really, to be quite honest, not only is it fun to talk to you guys, but to get these projects, kind of give them a deadline, like let's get something really cool done within a couple hours on this live stream, is really helpful. I am the kind of person who thrives on deadlines. Like, if you don't give me a deadline, I will never start or finish it. Okay, we're almost done with this one. Actually, I might be able to let it go. It might be good enough to let go. I'm a little nervous though. This one is even, wow. To be honest, guys, I gotta say, here, look real close. So this is our white glue. This is our clear glue. It looks pretty similar, but with the clear glue, it like severely blends into the silicone. Like, it looks so transparent. The white does too, probably from where you're sitting, because, but man, the clear glue looks exactly like the silicone tubing right underneath it. It's crazy. I'm gonna put my reference right over here. Where's the one I picked? There it is. Okay. All right, let's do the next little peek. It's pulling. Oh no. Oh no. Holy crap. This one came off. The other one didn't come off. Like the bottom of the... I wonder what the heck happened there. Yikes, that's not good. Sorry. You're missing some of the action here. So this came off. Not good. Should we go back to the dollar store freaking glue? What is that about? Maybe I didn't hold it on there long enough. I'm gonna give this glue one more try. See, I can't get this part off really easily. But it is coming off. That dollar store glue is holding on there good. Maybe I should, okay. One thing I maybe should do is definitely put, like, the starting drop down. Okay. Sorry. That is crazy. Like, I paid good money for this. This is Gorilla Glue glue. Like, I'm just gonna make sure it's extra dry and cool. And then we'll see how well it goes, I guess. Perfect elevator music. What do I want for a snack? Got my sparkling ice, my liquid snack. And like, okay. Patrick Adams says, I'd like to see you trace your hands with chalk like in the beginning of the song Hand Talk from Sesame Street. I can't say that I remember what that looks like, Patrick Adams. Hand Talk from Sesame Street. I'm gonna have to look that up. It's been a while since I watched Sesame Street. I didn't know Gorilla Glue had... Yeah, I actually even bought a Gorilla Glue gun. Maybe actually they're not Gorilla Glue sticks, now that I think about it. But I bought a higher quality glue when I got my new glue stick. Because I wanted to level up in the world. And I don't know if it is. That would be so funny. So funny. If my dollar store glue worked better. Okay, this is almost dry, but I am giving it some extra. It's still warm. It's still like a little bit temperature. I think it's gonna look really dope if we pull this off, you guys. Oh, I think I didn't mention this. The one contender, like, I've seen a lot of examples of what different people can say on signs. Obviously, I was doing a lot of research. And the only one that really stuck with me that already exists, which is like, do I want to copy this anyway, or should I just buy somebody's freaking LED neon sign that says exactly this? I really like the idea of, there was a sign that said live music, and then there was an arrow pointing down, like down to the basement. And I have lots of dreams. I often say that I want to live like 9 lives, and I don't know if I can fit them all into this one lifetime. But I have this dream of going to Colorado or Nebraska or something like that. Those are 2 very different places, but like somewhere in continental America. And I'm gonna own a place, a farm or something, like kind of like a homestead, and being kind of like a smallish town, or like a very kind of everybody knows everybody kind of town, and have like a punk club in my basement. So it kind of harkens to that. Okay, this seems like it's staying better. I think that the idea is to put a dab of glue down first, not just like make sure that, okay, so I think these are going to come out quite organic, like I said, and I really quite like that idea. So let's start off short, and okay, we'll do this peak here, and then it'll continue to kind of like get bigger. That's our second. Does this even look like audio anymore? I can't make it too loopy because that's gonna look like just candy. But I also don't want to stress it too much because it's always going to be wanting to bounce back, and it's always going to be pushing against this glue. We'll try to make it as tight as we can, and I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to make it as tight as we can, and I think it's organically just going to kind of bow out, but we're going to try to stop it so that I'm gonna be fighting this stuff. Like it really wants to bounce where it wants to go because we're putting a lot of stress on it. But people do this with this stuff. Like they make all kinds of things. I wonder if anyone tried to do it this tight though. Trying to get a lot on top so that it really is secure. It has like a very secure like presence about it. And this is also my practice for when we actually do the real thing. Like, how neat can I be with this glue? Or is it just is it just a kind of failing measure? Honestly, to be quite honest, I wonder if you can really like glue a whole like, because I'm so afraid of the stress that I'm putting on this rung right below it. It seems to be really pulling, and I think that you can really put a lot of glue dots all around this because it doesn't impede the light whatsoever. So maybe in this case, more is going to really be better to keep it down, to keep it where you want it. Oh my god, it started sliding. Oh my god, I wasn't holding on to it. Oh my god. Did I ruin it? This is very there's a waiting game. It involves a lot of patience if you guys are here for it. Maybe if we can get ourselves through one good kind of like one of these audio things and then light it up. I won't, because I don't want to bore you guys too much with all this. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for this to work, but it's gonna take a lot of patience. I'm not gonna touch it, it's still wet. Oh my god, let me tell you something. Here's a story. Oh, I told you I had like a mental breakdown or something. What did I say? I think I said panic. Oh, an existential crisis. Last night, as I was going to bed, or before I was going to bed, I'm looking at my friend's story. My very good friend, and I go to her. I was just at her house today. And I go to her house like every single week. We're very close. I love this girl. She is so many things. She's smart. She's sensitive. She's beautiful. That has nothing to do with her friendship. That's just I'm describing her. But I really respect her and really revere our friendship. And I look on her story. I'm like, on Instagram, and I'm on her story, and there's this giant party at her house in her backyard it looks like a screening. Like there's one of my friends is screening his movie on a projector out in her backyard, and like so many people I know are at this party, and I'm like so many people that I would be in that group. Like I should have gotten this invite. I was like, it's one thing if somebody has like a very kind of certain group of people that you're inviting to something, but this was my group of friends. I'm like, what the heck is this? And I'm like, should I be as upset as I am right now? I am like going through it. I am so sad. And I am like looking in for a Facebook event, and finally I go to text her because the whole time I was like looking for some kind of invite and just like looking on Facebook or whatever, and I didn't see anything on Facebook until finally I go to text the same friend who had the party to say, like, are we okay? Like, why wasn't I invited to this party? It was a movie screening of indie films. That's like my whole life. And with a friend that I know and revere and respect. And I see these missing texts from her that I never got. And I'm like, how the frick did I not get these? And I see in the messages, this is dry by the way, and it's sticking really good. Okay. I'm wondering if I should do, like, I want to do a glue dot right here and a glue dot right there. And I'm wondering if I should do that right now before I move on. I think I am. I'm going to, like, kind of sneak it underneath the silicone because I didn't leave room for that before. I obviously already passed by there, but I really want this to stay where it is. If all of a sudden, like, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to be sleeping in my bed, and then I'm going to hear something in my room, and it's going to be like this ripping from the cardboard and falling off my wall or something like that. That's what's going to happen. Anyways, so I realize that I had muted her text. Now, I would never have a reason to do that for this friend. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I only want her to text me more. So it didn't make sense that I would do that for any certain reason. And so I looked at the last text that she sent, and it was reading that it was that Wednesday, and she had canceled plans on me, but that was fine. I just said okay. It was interesting though, because like, I don't care if she cancels plans on me because it only means that I can go do something else that I'm stressed out about not working on or whatever. But I do always want to see her, so when she does cancel, I'm kind of sad. And so I just said okay, and that's what I said. And so that's where we left it. Then, since she canceled plans with me, it meant that I therefore had to go to the post office without like usually if I'm going to go hike with her, I go to the post office in the lift and drop off all my packages on the way there. But this meant that same day, right after she texted me, I had to go to the post office myself. I had to run there. I've been jogging, guys, in this 106 degree heat. I'm not exaggerating. I've been jogging because I want to get there and get back. Honestly, it's weird because it's actually easier. Like, that doesn't sound like it makes it, like, it sounds like I'm lying. But for breathing, it actually feels like the air is so much easier to breathe. If it's like closer to my body temperature or it's thin, because I don't know. I'm not really sure. Like, cold air really hurts. I've run in cold air and I hate it. I never do it. But it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how much easier it is. So I ran to the post office, and something that happens often, happens honestly too often for me to not figure out how to fix this. Well, I can't really fix it because I always want to change my music. My phone, it constantly gets touched in my pocket, and I'm constantly butt dialing different, I'm not butt dialing people, but I'm like pressing different buttons. I once sent a drooling face and a poop emoji to a producer I was working with, and I had to apologize profusely. I'm like, I'm so sorry, that was a butt dial. I never even use either one of those emojis. He's just like, okay, but this is how this must have happened, because as I was trying to switch back my friends' notifications back on, I realized that I didn't know how to switch them off in the first place. Like, I had to figure out how I did that in the first place. So it was a complete accident, and there was basically the most gigantic party that my friend has ever had at her house, surrounded by filmmakers and artists who are all of my people, and I completely missed it. And I was free. I was ready to go to this party. I was sitting around kind of like killing time waiting to go to emo karaoke. And so it gave me a little bit of solace, because when I saw the text, she sent me the invite, like the time, the thing, and then on the day of, that was like on Thursday, and then the day of the party, Saturday, she's like, hey girl, you coming? And I didn't answer her then either. It was only when I went to go text her that I saw that these notifications were turned off, and I had missed everything. Devastating. I was devastated. I live for those kinds of parties. I live for those people. I live for those conversations. Like, that would have been the party of the summer for me. Fucking stated. Hello, CP Sony. Thanks. CP Sony? CP Sony? Sonny? Thank you for coming. We are putting together our, can you tell what it is yet? It's a snake! It's a snake! No, we're doing an audio signal. I feel like I can do a couple glue dots here. I wonder if this will continue to get harder as I go along, because I'm just trying to tackle more and more. No, I think once we start loosening up on our grip, meaning like once we get to the bigger, what do you want to call them? Like audio spikes, which is, I gave it away. They're audio spikes. It's a night. Come on, glue. Stop. Ow, that's hot. I'm just, so many stringies. Don't touch it, Jessica, just let it go. Okay. Once we get to the bigger audio spikes, it's gonna kind of loosen up and be a little bit easier. And then it's gonna get harder, because then we have to, as soon as we get the bigger audio spikes, we have to go back down into the smaller ones, so yeah. The biggest test after this is done, though, is that I'm going to cut it, and then I'm going to try, I hope we can get to that point in the night, because this will be the biggest, this is actually, besides the glue, one of the things that I wasn't sure about is exactly how to hook up all these wires. It sounds easy, it's literally cut the wire, clip it on, and close the clip on the other end. It shouldn't be that hard. But I guess the only problem is both kind of making sure that you're constructing it correctly and making sure that the correct wires are on the correct sides, which I guess isn't that hard to fix. Oh my god, this gluey thingy. Sorry, I'm panicking over nothing. That's what we got so far. This is what we got this far into the night. Great. I think it's actually it's gonna look really cool all lit up, don't you think? I'm excited. I'm also hungry. I might get a cookie. I might get a cookie in the middle of this. This is all, I'm actually feeling a lot less hot, a lot less wanting to kill myself in this heat. It's dark out. This is one of the most annoying things about this whole thing is that about this whole thing, what am I talking about? About the heat. Is that I love sitting out on my balcony. Like I just said, I ordered this new, or did I say this? I got a new bar stool. It's coming, and when I say bar stool, I mean swanky ass bar stool. Tufted red upholstery. and it fits exactly in this spot. Exactly. I have 1.5 feet or maybe a little bit more. You know, it's 1.5 feet of room, so I have to a very large person could not sit on my balcony. It's so tight over there, and what was I saying? Oh, and so one of my favorite things to do to like really calm down for the night. I feel so blessed to have this little piece of heaven, as I call it, my peace, my PEACE. And I sit out there and I will drink a coffee or I'll smoke and like take in the night air. And it's a really good way, because one way to combat sleeplessness is to cool your body down. Your body wants to go into a cooler state which, you know, it's if you are, you know, sleeping with a bunch of blankets or it's really hot out, that can be very hard for some people to fall asleep. So doing this little balcony sit is just so good for my... Oh my god, I just realized something. I mean, this could go awry, but honestly, like, if I think that, like, say I thought that this was too long, like, I went down too far, which I kind of am thinking now, because of how the glue acts, I could actually fix that. I couldn't fix it here because it's where it should be, but I could fix it with this that I just made. We're almost completely dry, cool and dry, but I'm gonna give it still a couple more seconds. Just like another 30 seconds. And then I think I'm gonna try to move it because I think I dipped it way too low. I want to create a little bit more nuance. Can I do it yet? No? Yes? Oh. And there we go. Wow, that was easy. Alright. So I'm gonna do another one up here. I'm gonna try to kind of make these up and down because we're losing volume pretty quickly here. What am I saying? We're like adding volume too much. I don't really know. It's not quite the shape. Like, I want it somewhat organic, but I think that if we try for organic, or we try, let's say it this way. If we try for something inorganic, we're going to get like something that's only slightly off, which is exactly what I want. Like handmade, but going for like basically like somebody doing an illustration. Okay, it's a sound wave illustration. That's what I'm trying to say. Because it is going to be somewhat wobbly. We're not going to be able to make it perfect. I think after this one, I'm going to go get a low-carb cookie. It's, what is this cookie brand? It's not Fiber One, it's Atkins. And the thing about the cookie is that it looks like a cookie, kind of tastes like a cookie, and it's not so good. It's like kind of good. It kind of tastes like a cookie, like I said. But it's not so good that I'm gonna eat the whole box in one day. Now, Atkins makes this wafer crisp. It's like better than a Kit Kat, and it's supposed to be like diet food. I ate like half the box in one day. And I only didn't eat the whole box in one day because I had a couple the night before when I had gotten it in the mail. So I didn't have an entire box to eat. And listen to this fallacy of calories. This calorie fallacy. Sometimes when I'm really itching for something and I don't want to run to the bakery to get it, because I literally run to the bakery, like sprint like a mile in 106-degree heat to a bakery, and it makes me feel okay because I've run there so I can have what's in the bakery. If I don't want to do that and I really just want something and I need it now, I'll order like groceries or whatever, because I don't have any like Uber Eats or anything like that will get you delivery food. I don't have any kind of app like that on my my phone. I keep it off there so that I don't use it. And so if I do really want something, I'll do something like order an entire bag of Tate's cookies and eat them all of them. This is basically me admitting to like binging an entire bag of cookies. And it's like, that would be over 900 calories to eat it all. So basically that's like half my daily food that I'm eating. I'm treating myself. So I get this Atkins box and I'm thinking like, well, I can have quite a few. But these wafer crisps are 200 calories per bar and there's 5 in there. So technically if I ate a whole box of these diet wafer crisp things, I'm eating as much as if I ate the Tates, but I feel less guilty. Does that make sense? No. Perception is everything. It's very interesting how our brains work. Sometimes food be banging. Like I love Beyond Meat food, but that's like a vegan, that's what we call vegan junk food. Like we have junk food proper, and then we have some vegan junk food. That's what I hear. I mean, I don't eat it because I'm not a vegan, but that's what I've heard other people call it. Don't forget to look up Hand Talk for my chalk suggestion request. Patrick, send it to me. Send it to me on Instagram. You have to. Okay, this is almost good. This is the way it should go. Like it will, yeah. To do these two here like this, that makes the most sense for this design, I think. I really hope we can do 2 tonight. I guess who's ever here in the long run. We're just gonna keep talking. If anybody has any questions for me, like if anybody wants to hear a story or what I think about something, please put it in the chat. That's what we are here for. I'm gonna shorten this a little bit so that and then we're gonna go all the way down here and then all the way up. Let's actually, is this all, okay. Hold on, Jessica. I've never had, oh yes, I have had Beyond Meat actually. Before I knew what a Beyond Burger was, I was at one of my favorite bars in Pittsburgh. Let me tell you about one of my favorite things that I used to do in Pittsburgh, and I wish I could find it. I don't know if it exists, because I think that this company made it up, just like the live band. I mean, there is such thing as live band of karaoke everywhere, but this was pretty specific. This one company called, what did they call themselves? They had an MTV spoof logo, but I don't remember. Actually, the sticker's on the bottom of my... Wait a minute. I'm going to leave that there for a second. Because I'll give them credit where credit's due. That's right. Neo Trash Video. Neo Trash Video is what the company was called. And they did this event... And I might have told you guys about this before. It was literally my favorite thing to do, like, once a month in Pittsburgh. So much fun. It was called Bad Movie Bingo. Has anybody ever done anything like this? Okay. So, you go to, it was the, Smiling Moose Cafe. Smiling Moose Bar. This thing was called, I think that's what it was called. And, you go and you get a drink, you get some food. It was like, you know, gourmet bar food. Like it was like really, really well thought out bar food. And you sit and you watch a movie. You're like sitting at tables that are like facing a screen. You watch a really bad movie, like a really cheesy 80s movie or a really cheap B movie. A lot of them were 80s designated because like, I think there was a big boom of like of technology and a real lapse in taste at that time. That's a perfect way to describe it, actually. That's exactly what it was. So you'd watch a movie like that, and I mean, it could be from the 70s. We watched. I think, is it called Deep Blue Sea with LL Cool J? We watched that too, or no? I think that, I don't know. Anyway, it was like a 2000 movie, whatever. And what you were doing, there were bingo sheets, and they were bingo cards, and they had some, I mean, every every week or every month they would be similar. You'd have like Aquanet for the win, and that would be obviously referencing like an 80s actor that was wearing like a lot of hairspray. Or the Wilhelm scream, where you could hear like like that famous scream that like Star Wars and a bunch of movies use, ironically or not I don't know. And so not only, you didn't really have to like look for it, the DJ would yell it out, so they kind of keep track of it for you. But it was very funny whenever you did come across these things, because like I said, like the bingo cards were had the same ticket items on it, but a lot of these bad movies had a lot of things in common. It was funny, it was fun. If you drink, I didn't ever really drink too much. I always went high and got myself a good dinner, like a really nice like cafe bar dinner, and just had a fantastic night. And when you won a bingo, you got a free drink chip, or maybe like money towards food or something like that. So yeah. And one time I saw that they had a Beyond Burger on the menu, and I didn't know what that meant. It just looked like it was a decent, like whatever was on it sounded decent. And so I got it, and I was like, disgruntled that I'm like, is this even real meat? Like, it tasted so weird to me. It tasted obviously not meaty enough. And so, I said it on Instagram. Oh yeah, I did. Guess I need to remind sometimes. Need to be reminded. Yeah, you can send it to me on Instagram. Yeah. I mean, or, because you can't send it on, you can't send links on YouTube. That's why I say that. Or if you're in the Discord, here, let me put the Discord link in the chat. I think only I can send links. I don't know if you guys can send links in this particular chat. Let me turn on the Discord. So, hey guys, do you see the Discord? Like, do you see, because I was asking you, if you guys, I was, sorry, my arm's like in the way. Just one second. I'm just going to share. I'm going to share these with you. Where's the share button? Share. Create channel. No. Invite people. Okay. There is the Discord. That's the after hours, so that everybody here in this chat. Yeah, you can drop. Yeah, so that's the Discord. If you want to talk amongst yourselves, and sometimes I like I asked you guys on the server, like what you would want your neon sign to say in preparation for this live. But I think that you could probably see the notifications, but I turned off the sound notifications because I heard when I watched the videos on, creating a server, it sounded like that would be annoying to always have the notifications on. So tell me if that's okay, or if you guys like the server or whatever. It just kind of sits there. I don't do too much on it, but I did put a post up about what your thoughts were on this, and I still am taking suggestions. The front runner right now is stay positive. I really do love that. I love puns, and it's positive. Like we have, what should my LED sign say? Short. Because we can't put, as you're seeing, this takes freaking forever, and we only have so much LED rope. So it has to be a 2, 3, 4 max. Like if was one of the words, 4 max words. We can't do much more than that. And I also want it to be positive and encouraging and clever. Like, puns really hit that on the nose. Something that will make me smile, because one of my ideas, as I said earlier in the show, was get wrecked, as in a reference to wrecked radio, but that also is a reference to like getting drunk or getting beat up or something like that. And I don't want to read that every day. I will be reading this every single day. This light will be on every day as I'm sitting at this computer. These lights when I wake up in the morning, these LED lights that are hanging up right now and lighting me right now, I turn them on at 7:30 in the morning to talk to my coworkers, and they stay on all day because it just provides extra light. And honestly, it probably keeps me awake, to be quite honest with you. If you have a problem with energy, kind of maybe consider that. Like, I know that people say do not don't use blue light, but if you need white light, which daylight, like if you need some more daylight in your life, in your eyes, I don't know if you do, but these LEDs, they've been doing all right for me. If there's one thing that I don't have a problem with, it's energy. I literally will go from 6:30 in the morning when I wake up, and I'll have to wake up right away, usually because I have to get to my meeting at 7:15. It's on the computer, but I have to be there for it. And I go to bed at like midnight, and I've been doing that for a couple years now, and I don't get tired. I legitimately, it's kind of a superpower. It's a curse. I don't know, but it works. And I don't know what to, because that did not used to be the case. I would take naps like every other day in high school. I was so lethargic. I was tired. I would always do that. Now I can't nap. That might be an anxiety thing. Like, I think I'm missing out on stuff, or like that. There might be a problem with that. But I know that I don't know if it's only Americans, like people in general have a problem with energy, and I think a generally keto diet. I just told you I ate a piece of pie and a cheesesteak. I'm usually, when it's food at the house, I usually eat like pretty low carb meals here, and that's what keeps me going, I guess. Vegetables too. Keep those vitamins in your body. I don't take any supplements either at the moment. I haven't for a long time. I hate these glue things. They're like the death of me. Oh my god, here's another thing to talk about. Have you guys been Halloween hunting? Does anybody care about that shit? Ezra Cloud says, yeah, I like the Discord. I usually comment on your Twitter, but I think the Discord is cool because I can hit you up if I have an idea for a channel. Yeah, guys, actually, to be quite honest, like, Ezra Cloud, you obviously have really great ideas, because we might end up making Stay Positive. When I laugh and smile every single time I say it, you gotta know it's a good sign. It might very well be our ultimate. I love it. Anyways, I'm on Twitter, yeah. I see you all the time on there, Ezra Cloud. I appreciate you responding and liking all of my tweets. Like, Twitter is I use it just as much as everybody else does. To be honest, I don't read a whole lot of Twitter. I just kind of send my thoughts out into the universe and wonder if anybody's reading them. That's more the case. I'm like double thinking if I like made this too high. This is almost done. I'm gonna like kind of hold it up there in a second to see what happens and see if it's gonna still fitting good, I guess. And I guess so. Okay, spike here, spike here, spike here. It's a little bit more than half, it seems. Is it? Maybe. Spike here. Spike here, spike here. I don't think I can have the center one. That's fine. So we're gonna have 5 with no, there was like a little peak in the center of our reference, but we're gonna have to drop that. Ezra Cloud says, I'm in a lot of channels and I mod for a common ambassador on Twitch, so I tend to have notifications muted since there are a lot. Yeah, and I muted notifications in general so that, like, if a lot of people wanted to talk, it wouldn't be annoying to people. But I guess you could mute it yourself if you wanted to, right? Okay, back to Halloween hunting. Guys, oh my god. pretty much every one of the big box stores that's known for Halloween stuff has it out at this point. Like, a couple weeks ago, companies started sneaking stuff out. Like, Michaels has been on it. And I mean, Michaels has something different every single week. I have a Michaels right by my place, and every time I go there, there's something different and new, or stuff has been sold out, or something new comes in, and it is wild. Happy Labor Day, Jess. Thank you, Golishgrin Films. Thank you for coming. Ezra Cloud says, honestly, I like talking about you to other content creators. Oh, thanks. I honestly, without shame, can say you're my inspiration when it comes to auditioning for voiceovers. Thank you so much. I feel like I haven't even talked a whole lot about it. I know that we share that in common. But if you have any questions, hit me up here. Let me know. I've had a little success with it, but it's not something that I've invested a whole lot of time in. But I like the things that I've done so far. Like, I'm proud. I've been auditioning a couple more times this week. And to be honest, I wish that I knew more. I should probably know more, because I've had some small successes. Like, I've worked for some really cool individual companies and clients, but I have not really booked a gigantic, specifically voiceover where I'm not the face. I'm just doing voiceover. I haven't booked any of those really as of yet. Like a gigantic client that you'd recognize their name, what I mean, like something like that. So I could honestly learn a lot more too as this time goes on. So, okay, we're gonna go okay, wait, we wanted to check this. So this is good. I'm gonna kind of just place it up here and see if we're like still like on track. I didn't even, I measured it, but okay, we've got a lot of pins up here. Okay, all right. Oh my God. So can you imagine what this is going to be like lit up? And that fits so perfectly up there. See? Awesome. We might end up having to move my little skull guy over there. I think that what I'm going to do is at the end of it, I have to drop this down so that it goes kind of around here, and then it'll come back up and go onto the brick wall. That's what's gonna have to happen. And this will really show us how much this length of rope that I bought will get us. I can kind of get a better idea for how much more I might need. And honestly, I think at the end of this, I'm gonna have to pick really what I want to say, or at least like have a really good idea, so that if I do need to buy more, we'll be ready for part 2. Because I mean, if I really figure this out well, we're going to do the big guns later. We're going to make the big sign that goes on this brick wall. I'm going to clear all of my cards off of it. I'm going to fix that seam in my fake brick wall, and that'll be it. I've got to say, this glue is, for the moment, like, I don't know what to say about the future, but right now, it's holding pretty well. Perhaps, as time goes on, I might add a couple more glue drops in other places, so that if one of these gives way, we have kind of like a safety backup. I'm gonna get this up here. Okay, stay there. Oh, good. Okay, Patrick Adams says, hand talk has been sent to the Discord as something extra to point out. You can even be in overalls or not. Once you see it yourself, you understand. Patrick, I think you have a thing for overalls, like Misty's overalls. Or, well, suspenders, I guess that is. Azure Cloud says, I'm actually going to try and make my own costume this year. Great. I want to make a Daft Punk helmet. Wow. What are you going to make it out of? Like, what material? I'm so interested to see, because that is some craftiness. That's going to be really cool if you can really, honestly, if you get anywhere close to like the semblance of it, that's going to be super cool. Are you going to use an existing like helmet and kind of spray paint it? That would probably be a nice kind of like surefire route to go. Tell me about it. Wow, that's Patrick Adams says, wow, that's lots of sticky notes on the fridge. You've been a busy girl. The fridge. It's cute. Yeah, that's my whiteboard. Where's on here? We got stay positive. That's one. I love it. I think I talked to you guys about some of this other stuff. There's some TikToks I want to make. Movies that I need to watch. Stuff I was packing for my trip. And have I told you guys about I've got a new dream. I've got a new dream that I want to fulfill. I don't know if I told you guys about this. Did I? Have I told you about my Peerspace idea? Honestly, the one part about that kind of scares me is that it is kind of, it might be a little bit making myself very open and might kind of be invasive to my privacy, but at the same time, if I want to look for collaborators and people like me, I think this is a really cool idea. So, a director of mine at some point, maybe still does, wants to film a movie in my house, my current apartment that you're seeing here, because she watched me on a live stream and saw the background, and we were planning on a movie together, and she's like, well, your place would be great, and I agree. Like, I mean, it would be easy. I wouldn't have to go anywhere. But also, it brought me to the idea, I was saying, like, you know, I'd have to ask my roommate, because I'm not the only one who lives here. I have a male roommate that has his own life, and you know, he would like to bring a feature film crew into his house. Is I care about his own privacy and well-being, and you know. And so I was thinking about like other options if it didn't work out, that my room, I already asked him and he's open to it, but I asked I started mentioning things that I remembered of other places that we could possibly film. And I said, hey, I just remembered something. This past Christmas, it was like a couple of days after Christmas, I was cast to do a short film in like a southern suburb of Los Angeles. And it was in somebody's house. Like, it was a full crew, full crafty, full cast, everything. They had everything. But they were just shooting in somebody's house. Like, from the outside, you were in a very normal neighborhood. And I, at some point in the evening, asked, whose house is this? Whose house are we in? And one of the cast members, I believe, said they probably put it up on Peerspace. Well, actually, I didn't remember what they said. But they mentioned a website where people can list and rent out their space for movies and whatever, I guess. I found out later, events, photo shoots, the like, meetings, screenings, stuff like that, where you would bring a group of people to do something, I guess. And I, again, didn't remember what they had said, but I said to my director, like, oh yeah, like whatever that is, and she's like, Peerspace. I'm like, is that what it's called? Okay. And so I looked up Peerspace and like looked in my area, and like basically it's like an Airbnb, but you're renting out your house, a room in your house or something like that, just like on Airbnb. But like for just hours of the time during daylight for a project, a photo shoot, a film shoot, you know, and then they leave at the end of the day, and you can make a really decent living, you know, charging by the hour. And I did a lot of research on this because I came up with this just dream thereafter, thinking like, dude, if I can create the magical, artistic, creative, stimulating, sensory house of my dreams, because I've been dreaming of like an interior design of what I want my space to be for a while. And it's busy and fun and exciting. Maybe I'm exaggerating the idea a little bit when I think of what the pier space would look like, because I really want to go all out. But like, I would be so happy waking up every day in like, kind of like, the way I've been describing it is like a gothic, romantic, but color infused kind of pop art. I mean, honestly, think of my monsters. If you guys are familiar with Norton, like all the monsters that you've seen me paint, that's the aesthetic I'm going for. Kind of creepy, kind of cute, colorful, illustrative. Like, that's me. My monsters are me. I identify with my monsters so much, they're birthed out of my brain. And if I could fill a space that looks like that and like encompasses all of those qualities, and then make almost a passive business off letting people into my living space while I'm maybe in another room working on my own shit, and let them make art, you know, again, films, like photo shoots, have parties and events in my aesthetic space, I would be over the moon. Like, it would be like the accumulation of my life's greatest work to create a space that, like, because I don't know if you guys know this about me. I'm sure some of you do. My degree is in art. Like, I went to school, I got a 4-year bachelor's degree in art, and a BA, and my program was called Intermedia Art, not Intermediate Art, Intermedia Art, which meant that I was learning a whole bunch of mediums throughout the 4 years that I was there. I learned a little bit of film, even though I did a whole lot more learning by myself on YouTube, but whatever. I learned traditional drawing, charcoal, painting, sound a little bit. I learned, like, all the art forms I learned just a smidgen of, and then when I decided what I liked the most, I honed in on that. We all did. We all like kind of picked our own path, and that was going to be our senior show, like our final project or whatever. I guess if one of these comes loose, it's not that hard to like I hope that the rest will be enforced. It would be very tragic if like a bunch of them just shot out at once. But this seems to be pretty sturdy. Like the last one I did, I didn't put as much glue as I maybe should have, and it's a little wiggly, but I'm hoping that the rest of it will just kind of keep it in line. It takes a lot of glue. I'm gonna like go and get more glue sticks after I am done holding this one where it is. I'm really afraid that I'm not gonna have as much room to do a perfect, it might be a little bit off. Like I might have like a 5, like this might be 5 and then this one might be 3, which is fine with me, I think, because again, it's kind of natural. There's no reason that they need to be duplicates of each other. That's just what my reference said, so I'm talking my way out of it. I don't think it will fit because I can't make these too much tighter. Like they're really wiggling around on me in a way that I don't want to challenge them too much. Okay, back to your comments, guys. Back to the conversation. Ezra Cloud says, my biggest obstacle right now is just getting out of bed and just doing it. With changes at work causing me to make less money, I haven't had much motivation to spend as much time as I would like on it. I completely understand that. Something that I really always had trouble with was getting motivated after a full day of work. That's very hard to do. And to wake up early is also difficult. I'm very lucky that I don't know if you work at home, Ezra Cloud, and I know that you can't change this about your situation if you don't. But like, one thing that I have the blessing to do is that I can take an hour in between the workday, like say on a lunch break, and go work on the fake food for a little bit, or run to the post office. I can even take a couple hours. As long as I get my hours in at the end of the day, I'm golden. And so that's kind of how I've been getting by. And then on the weekends, I do have to say though, and this I think unfortunately not everybody can say. And this is even a challenge when it comes to the acting, to be quite honest with you. So this is kind of relevant. When it comes to the fake food, I'm very happy to say that this is the reality that I'm living in. When you turn a hobby or a craft into a job, for a lot of people, it turns into a slog. It turns into something that you have to do and you start to dislike it. I'm happy to say that I don't know really how to create this frame of mind, but fake food is all I want to do. Like, I do feel a little pressure from my customers who have, like, especially custom orders. I'm like, oh man, like, I have to get this done, like, and I get a little stressed out about it. But making the food itself, like painting it, working on it, especially the one-off pieces, like the brand new pieces, make me really excited. I like both the process and the final outcome. And also, I will say this too, one thing that makes me work on it, besides like the time crunch of knowing I have to get it out for Halloween, and I'm very curious about how this is gonna work when I get up, kind of reach my goal a little bit more. My studio is on my floor. It's the only real place that I can have it to kind of be both private and keep it safe, as well as like all of my, like you know, where my hand is right here are all my supplies. That's where I keep all my supplies. So it doesn't make any sense to put it in a different room of the house. I don't have any different room of the house. In saying that, I hate a messy room. Like, this back here bothers me a lot. It bothers me to wake up and see it on my floor, that I just have like these projects on my floor. I want a clear floor all the time. And so it makes me want to continue to finish this stuff so it can be done. And I do that. I don't say that's the same for every project, because I've also had like paintings sitting in my room that were undone and were kind of in the way, and I didn't want to do them. That happens. It just depends on like what you like about doing it. Like, I hated like painting other people or like other scenes that were commissions that I didn't really care about. It's just the way it worked, you know? So I stopped doing illustration commissions, to be honest, and painting commissions. When it comes to acting, this is actually this is maybe more relevant. I can get multiple auditions a week. And when I get them, like, I've submitted for them. And when I get one back that says, oh, you have a new audition, my immediate reaction is, oh, God. Now I have to do this audition. Like, and I feel pressure. And I feel nervous, and like, because it's impeding on the schedule that I already had set for myself for the week, and I have to get it in on time. And most of all, this is stupid, but it forces me to like put on a full face of makeup, get up and like do this like work. Like, I have to like, you know, get the lines down, or like at least put it on my teleprompter or whatever. And it's very annoying to prepare for the audition. But I do have to say, every single time, once I've done the audition and it's done and it's in, I feel this ginormous sense of accomplishment, and it feels amazing. And so I kind of try to remind myself and remember, like, the more I do it, the more I remember that feeling always comes at the end of the audition. To the degree where, this sounds stupid and weird. No, it makes sense. Like, when I would do YouTube videos, I would be so proud of them that I'll come back like later, and I'll watch the videos again, like on YouTube, that I've done, just to both like gather, here, I'm gonna put another glue drop here, to both gather like where I am in the whole process. Like, I'm always watching to like say like, hey, what can you improve on now that you're like this many months away from your last video, or like you've made this many videos? Like, what do you like about this? What did well? And so I'll watch these videos and see the response and see the view count, and try to gather like what I think of the final product and such. And so I'm doing it for that, but also like I'm watching my performance, and I'm often very proud of myself. Like, I'm making videos that I would want to watch. So if I'm like telling really funny jokes that I think were funny at the time, or I used a really good editing style, like I really killed it with the editing, or even if my makeup looked good that day, I'm like, oh, I look really pretty. Like, it's very encouraging. It's very, it's like I've made this catalog, I've made this piece, and it, again, creates encouragement to go forward. So that's something that I've kind of always dealt with when it came to kind of getting up and doing something. That's my own experience. Like I said, I have a lot of energy, and to be honest, something that I have trouble not being able to relate with when it comes to the average person. I think it's very, very, very normal and very relatable to have depression, and either if it's clinical, if it's induced by your environment, it's very normal. I do not know what depression feels like. I don't have that in me. It's not part of my genetic makeup. I have anxiety. Anxiety is very prevalent, and I think anxiety and depression are very often paired, and some people can have the same. But I don't really experience the idea of like not wanting to go forward, just staying in one place, because I'm always so stressed to meet that deadline or to meet my own self-imposed goals. So I kind of am always stressed to do more and to keep going. So it's like a push, but it's kind of negative, but it also like kind of gets shit done. And that's kind of what I experience. And I'm only being honest and saying that it's just a way that I can't always relate in that way to even my friends, my friends that deal with that kind of thing. Some of my friends also deal with anxiety, but I can't always relate to the depression part, and I apologize for that. It's just me. I think I'm weird. Like, honestly, I think most people have depression for some reason or another, be it, again, like clinical hormone imbalance or chemical imbalance, or it's a environment induced depression. So you're not alone. You're not alone. Azure Cloud, you said, but you started creating, I haven't read far enough now, but you started creating a website because one thing I did learn, marketing is pretty important when it comes to a voice. Yes, send me your website. Actually, Azure Cloud, if you feel comfortable, please post it on the Discord if you feel comfortable. We'd all love to see it, and I'd love to give you encouragement and see what, I could give you tips if I mean, it's really my own opinion. I'm no expert, but if you'd like that feedback. Patrick Adams says, okay, I confess that I do have a thing for overalls sometimes, and I'm not ashamed of to admit it. It's fine. We've all got our things, man. I hope you're able to understand. I totally understand. I just think it's funny because, Patrick, I've known you for years, being in my social media, and it's been a lot of overalls. I just think that's funny. I'm not making fun of you or anything, because we all have our things. What's my thing? I like girly men. That's what I like. I guess. Okay. Let's see. Azure Cloud. So the material I'm using is plastic fiberglass. Ooh, we're getting technical. Which I can just buy a lamp bowl and cut it. Oh, okay, interesting. LED lights for inside the helmet. Oh, wow. Cardstock to cut and shave the helmet. That is so dope, dude. I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see it. Spray painted, pretty much making from scratch. That is so cool. I wish you the best, and please, I think you can post pictures on Discord too. Yeah, you can post pictures. Please do share. Like, that's what the Discord's for. Is we can't share things on here. So it's like either send it to me directly on Twitter or Insta, or send it on the Discord. Thanks for you're welcome to be invited to Discord, man. Azure Cloud says, I know where you're going. It's not a job if you love it. Yeah, okay. Sorry I talked forever on that. I just wanted to share my where I am in life. Okay, let's put another one down. And another one. So now we're going back to the shorter guys. So let's shorten this up. Oh, I need to get another glue stick after this. Remind me not to glue anymore until I get another glue stick after this one. Oh no. This is hard. No, you're sliding away. Why is this one so difficult? And I have to say too, so another thing about kind of like how I motivate myself, and again, this is me, and this is just my frame of mind and my experience. This whiteboard, my refrigerator here, I've really gotten into the good habit of like, at the end of the day, once I've crossed off everything, I feel a sense of accomplishment that really drives my life. Like I start the day looking at this board, I end the day having crossed everything off. I actually didn't go to work today. It's Labor Day, and I took the day off and had time with my friends. But besides that, and I also, another thing about that, I might be repeating myself because I talk about this whiteboard like every other freaking week. Over the years, this took a lot of time to figure out. I've learned how much that I'm allowed to put on each day, because when I started out, I put way too much that wasn't realistic. I now have a very, very good internal sense about how many hours in the day I have, how hard something's gonna be, how much a list will drain my energy. Like, if I see the list and I'm like, there's one too many tasks on there that will stress me out, tire me out, make me upset, make me stress out, like, I'll take that one thing off the list and move it to another day. And again, that's a habit that I built and kind of because it's not all fun. I have to go to work. I do like my jobs, I have to say, like, even my day job. You guys know I work for, if you do, or if you don't, I work for American Eagle, and I work on editing the photos that go up on the website. I love it. I love who I work with. I love the company itself, the message, and the internal company. Like, I'm very low on the totem pole of people in the company, and I've had nothing but good experiences. So it's a really good day job, even though it's just a day job. You know, it's not the dream job, but it's one I really respect and like. And kind of creating that sense of accomplishment, like, I go to bed every single night, even with my sleep problem that I used to have. I since fixed it by, like, I think I've talked to you about my silicone nose dilator that helps me breathe at night. I can go to bed feeling like I've done enough most days. I don't stress out like I used to, and I've really come into a place where I can pace everything really well. Ezra Cloud says, "Oh, I feel really good when I do it. Even if I don't get it, I feel accomplished." Me too. Yeah, like, because most of the jobs that I audition for, I do not get, because that's just how it works. I work as a call center manager, so when I come home, I get really exhausted. Man, that job, I understand. Like, most people, like, that's the job in the movies that is kind of the symbol for, like, the desk job, you know. So I understand that that's a really hard job. So I understand. Zercloud says, like concerts, I cannot be sad at a concert. I always have a good time. Me too. We're seeing, if anybody's in Los Angeles, I will be at, just attending for my own enjoyment, I will be at Hold Steady on Thursday. And I will be at Stoplight Observations the week after this one. 20th? I think they're going to be at one of my local joints. Okay, we need to go. I think that's... Ooh, no. Oh, I didn't connect it. Oh, I see. Oh, no. It's coming apart. I didn't connect it on this side. It didn't connect. Man, you know, it's funny how like 5 Minute Crafts is like the toilet of YouTube. And they use glue sticks. They use hot glue for everything. They taught you how to make like sandals out of glue. This is actually working. It's actually doing its job. That's really good to know. Okay, more. Probably post in Discord now. Honestly, busting my butt to feel comfortable on my own is my biggest motivation. That's cool. You know what? I respect the heck out of that, dude. But working on voice acting is fun for me when I'm not doing anything else. That's great. I'm glad you do find enjoyment even in the process, because when it comes to auditioning, like, it can feel like a slog, you know. It can, like, and until you, like, I really enjoy when I'm on set. When I'm on set, I feel I'm lit up, like I'm so excited to be working on a set. But the audition process sometimes can feel a little bit like, you know, like, oh, like there's some days, because here auditioning in LA, you're practically doing all self-tapes until somebody invites you out for the next step. Like, you'll do a self-tape, you'll turn it in, and they'll be like, we love this, we want to see more, let's do a callback, you come to this place in downtown Hollywood or whatever, or Hollywood, whatever, wherever they have it. It could be anywhere in Los Angeles. And so that's like the next step. And when it comes to these self-tapes, like, you don't have all the time. Like, it takes a lot even to do one audition. It takes a lot of prep. You can spend like all night on a big audition if it's worth it. And what I would do is I will take, if I'm really auditioning a lot, like right now I'm kind of I haven't been submitting a lot because I've been working on the store and a bunch of these other things that I want to do for the autumn Halloween season, the fake food and such. So I haven't been auditioning as much as usual, but when I do and I'm out there and I'm auditioning, I'll get like maybe 4 auditions a week, and I will take them all once I've done all my makeup, I've set up my cameras, and I will place them all in one evening. And by the time I'm done with that, it will just be so exhausting. Okay, I'm gonna get more glue sticks. This place is a mess. Who lives here? This is tedious, but I'm glad I have you guys here to talk to. God, the words are gonna be long. Let's keep it to a two word minimum. Oops, lost my glue stick and my camera. I'm really glad, like, I was not gonna be, I was really thinking I wasn't gonna be streaming tonight because I was hanging out with my friends and it was really hot. But, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did this. I'm really glad I started small because this has been so daunting to me, like I've mentioned before. So start small sometimes. Start small so that you make the small mistakes on the small stuff. So I'm really glad that I had this little piece that I needed to do before the words. Stay positive. Oh. Looks like we ran out of battery. No? There we go. Yeah, I think this one's gonna be 3, then we'll be done, then we're gonna cut it, and then we're gonna connect it and see if it works. It's gonna be a big revelation to me. I actually, my friends were asking me what I was going to be this year, and of course I'm going to do something food related, but I was trying to think of like what new foods that I haven't like already created a costume for, and where is this? Right behind me. I'll get it when I'm done. It's like, it's too far to reach right now. Actually, I think I showed it to you before, actually, to be honest. Yeah, this is a duplicate that I showed you. But I made it a pie, a cherry pie, that you can wear on your head. So cute, so cute. The cherry pies you couldn't really wear them on your head before because you're sticking like a flat surface on a round thing. So all I really had to do was, when I was making the foam, create what I call a punt. And that is a a wine term. It's when you have a bubble, like an inset in the bottom of a wine bottle. People say that it's like a trick to like skimp on wine, but I think it was, and honestly, people to this day say that no one knows truly what it was for, but I think the closest or the most realistic answer I've ever heard was that in the olden days, when you couldn't mechanize like bottle making, you create a punt in the bottom so that it didn't bowl out. So like your glass making would kind of create a bowl. So you create a punt so that it could sit on the edge of the inset, I guess. And so that's what I call it when you have to have like a concave for your head, a punt. Okay. I think I opened a stream with this. So obvious. Well, I mean, you would put a headband on so it would stay, but yeah. So this might be some kind of character, some kind of lady. Whoa, excuse you. I love how I can just throw them around. They're literally pillows. Okay, I'm gonna try to go a little faster. Like, once they really... Sometimes they can be a little tacky, and that's fine. Okay, we are on like we're gonna have this one, and maybe I can start doubling up now. I think I need to do that because I am just getting really impatient. Let's see if I have the wherewithal to do that. So I'm gonna put a little dollop here. A big dollop, excuse me. Can I do this? Can I think I made a mistake. I really think I can only do one at a time because I cannot hold them both at the same time. It's really difficult. So I am gonna ignore that bottom one for the most part and just focus on this one. Wow, this is really tedious. And honestly, the clips that they provided us wouldn't take that much less time because we're still going to be huckling them down. So we'd still need to like wait for that to dry every time we had a clip. So I do have to say though, eyeing this up, pretty even enough. I mean, it still does look kind of just tear that off. It still looks kind of organic, but it's pretty good. I really should have stuck with the 3, to be honest. And this is a great test because I've really learned in this process how much I can push these, how detailed I can really get with the movement. I've seen some signs. It probably, like, if you made a bigger sign, the bigger it is, the more detail you can get, obviously, because you have a lot more room to bend these guys. Once you get into, like, these tiny little crevices, they don't want to bend anymore. It's very, like, it's silicone, it's strong, it wants to bend back. So, I knew that was going to be the case, But I didn't know how many times some of these people that were making like crappy signs that didn't look great. I was curious how many people were being lazy or just bad artists, and then how hard it was that of a material to actually work with. So, now I know. This is about as tight as you can make it. I'm sure I could try a little bit harder, but I don't want to stress the silicone. Like, I probably could, but it might really backfire on me eventually. Like, it will fall out or something like that. Patrick Adams says, start small, make small mistakes. Those are potential words to live by. Yeah, lots of small mistakes. I'll keep that in mind since I actually started learning Korean last night in Duolingo. Oh my god, how cool. That's cool. Gosh, I tried Duolingo before. I took like freaking 6 years of French and still haven't retained much. Like, actually, that's not true. I can discern a sentence, and I do remember how to say some things, but I never got to the place where I could have like a full-blown conversation with anybody, like at all, like remotely. I'd feel like such an idiot talking to a French person. In fact, I don't know if I ever told you this, guys, because I don't know, I might have, but I never necessarily talked about too much of my Tinder dating, especially like when one of the first things on, maybe I have talked about this, because one of the first lives that I ever did was creating my profile, and I was creating my profile on Tinder is what I meant. Actually, this one's getting looser. Like, these guys were a little bit tighter, and now I'm getting like a little lazier, I guess. Maybe the sound is just kind of like spreading out. I don't know. Again, I didn't want to stress them too much. I'll make it tight. I'll make the last one tighter, and then we're gonna do 3 peaks here, because I think we've taken up a lot of the board, too much of the board to make another 5, which is, I'm sure you guys are excited about that. But I was specifically making a profile to date women because I'm bisexual, but I never had that opportunity. I never gave myself that opportunity in the other cities that I lived in because I was just too. Being bisexual, it's very easy to hide. You can just date, have heterosexual relationships, and they're fulfilling enough until, like, you really feel like a part of you is being hidden or shut away, however you want to say it, neglected. So I wanted to very specifically date women only for a while. And the very first person that I found on Tinder and went out on a date with, she called herself Amber Light on the platform. That was the first name that she put in, and I think her name was Cindy, but she was French, and I mean from France. And she was traveling here, and she was staying at a hostel. Like, she was just backpacking and such. Cool. And like, French accent, it was really, really neat. And we went out to a place that was near her hostel for dinner, for a meal, and I said, like, I learned French in school, and I said a sentence to her, and right after it came out of my mouth, I was like, most of that was not correct. It was a short sentence too. I just didn't, It was cute. It was a cute date. I guess enough. We talked. We made out in the park. We went to a bar that was close by after that. And it was so weird because I just don't really necessarily know, I don't know if I'm supposed to know anything about, like, which bars you're supposed to go to or which bars are welcoming, because I don't go to bars in general, and I don't really know the areas that especially then. That was, like, the first year of me being in LA. I didn't know if there were any conventions, and like, I ordered they only had beer, like, they didn't have liquor, which, if I'm gonna drink, I'll have a gin and tonic or something. I'm not gonna have a beer. I don't like beer at all, like, at all. I don't drink it for the taste. I don't drink it for the feeling. I don't like any part of beer. Nothing. Hey, Interactives, welcome to the party. And so I'm there like nursing. I'm like just sipping at this beer. And we're just like sitting there like taking in the ambiance. And honestly, I just felt so uncomfortable because these guys kept trying to talk to us. They were sensing that we were there together, like on a date. And they really liked that. And I was really uncomfortable about it. I was not there to be these guys' eye candy. And so then basically we just came back to my house. I let her try a root. She never had a root beer before. She had no idea what I was saying, or what it meant to have a root beer. And I had like a Virgil sugar-free root beer, and we just chatted. And then she went back to her hostel. I guess that's kind of what the date was. That was my first date with a girl, my first date on Tinder, and my first date with a French person, all at once. It was fun. Always wondered what happened to the Tinder thing. Hello, Justin, everyone. Yes. I guess I could tell those stories. They're so far in the past. I ended up going on only 3 dates ever on Tinder with girls. And then I deleted my Tinder because I had a pretty bad experience. So my second date was I found a girl. She's cute. We had a similar style and makeup. Her bio didn't say too much. It said that she liked old movies. I didn't necessarily, and I think it also said she liked YouTube. And she also found me on YouTube before our date to watch my stuff. YouTube was definitely something we could talk about, but I don't know anything about old movies. But I asked her about it anyways, and she I remember her saying like Singing in the Rain. Wait, I'm skipping ahead. Anyways, this girl lived in Santa Clarita, which is pretty far from LA proper. It's like kind of a farther out, like, suburb, county, whatever. I don't even know. Is it a county? It's kind of like 40 minutes or like an hour, depending on where you're going, an hour away from Los Angeles. So it was a pretty darn long Lyft ride. When I got there, it was a shopping mall. She wanted to, I mean, of course, like, let's meet in public and everything. And she was getting off work. And so when I saw her, she was like in her uniform and like looked like she'd had a day. Like she wasn't wearing any makeup, and I'm like, okay, not a whole lot looking like the picture that I saw, but she just got off work, no big deal, you know. And like I wasn't gonna judge her or anything, even though like she didn't look as much like her pictures I hoped. But we went to like one of the bars in this shopping mall, this big fun shopping mall, and I actually had liquor there, which again, you guys know that I don't really drink a lot, but what do you do when you're out on a date? I would love if somebody like took me to like a smoke room. I don't even know if that's a thing. I was asking a dude the other night, I'm like, dude, is there such thing as like a smoke bar, like that I can enjoy cannabis, because that's what I like to do. So like, is there a social place where I can do that? I don't know. There's a tea room. I don't really drink tea either, but I like diners, I guess, but whatever. Anyways, so we go to this bar, and I'm like kind of like off the bat, like she doesn't look like she did in her picture. She's also kind of, and I know that's very, very shallow to say, but also she didn't seem like she didn't have much of a personality, it seemed, at first. I mean, I hadn't talked to her very long, but we went to this bar, and I got a drink, and I hadn't eaten. I didn't know if we were going to eat, so I didn't eat, and so one drink in, and I'm pretty sloshed, like I'm pretty gone, because I don't drink usually, so tolerance is pretty low. And I asked her what her favorite movie, like her favorite old movie was, and she goes like, Dancing in the Rain, or Singing in the Rain, okay. So she couldn't really name one, and we were talking about kind of that, and she admitted that it was her cousin that kind of put her profile together for her, like put the makeup on this girl, put the clothing on this girl, made up the profile for her so that she could have better luck in dating. And that's a huge problem, not because necessarily that, like, because, like, you know, we're trying to be shallow and whatever, but, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, I wasn't deceived because it was the same girl in the picture. It wasn't like she catfished me. But I would be interested in a girl who shares similar interests in me, like makeup, like fashion, but she didn't have those same interests. So it wasn't necessarily as much of a shallow thing as she was misrepresenting herself and her interests. We did end up talking about YouTube a little bit. She was into LGBT YouTube, but it was like, of course, whatever. But besides that, I remember at some point she was getting really nervous, and she said, man, you're supposed to kind of like go on dates where you're doing something, like I don't know, like axe throwing or going to a movie or whatever. And so here we're just sitting here talking, and I was like taken aback by that statement because I was in the middle of a conversation, and guys, I can talk to anybody. Like, I can have a conversation with anybody, but she wasn't feeling comfortable in that space, so I was just like, okay. Ezra Claus says, I have no date experience. Yes, it's called a hookah lounge. No, that's not the same. You can smoke oh, really? You can smoke cannabis at a hookah lounge? Hookah is not the same as cannabis, but I didn't know that you could smoke cannabis in a hookah lounge. I don't like that. I don't want to be around tobacco. What is in a hookah? Is it tobacco? I think it's flavored something. Like a John Tucker pretends to be 3 different guys to go on a date with 3 different girls. I mean, yeah. Okay, so our first guy is done. We're going to kind of cement this one here and then move on to our 3 guy. And then we're in the home stretch, guys. We're in the home stretch, I promise. You guys have been champs. Because I want to light this up. I want to hook it up. Ooh, I'm really playing with fire here. This position, it doesn't like it. It doesn't like to be held here. I'm burning myself. Ah, don't burn yourself. But anyways, I just went home on another expensive Lyft ride that night. And the third date that I ended up going on, or the third person that I ended up meeting, was what made me delete my Tinder for a very long time, for I think a year, and I didn't date anybody for that long. But well, then the pandemic happened, so that was part of it. That was part of it. So more than a year. It was more than a year. But I met somebody on Tinder who is beautiful and smart and interesting, fun to talk to, and we went on 3 dates. And she was great. She was great. Except that she really wanted to see me a lot. And that idea made me very stressed out because I don't have a lot of time in my schedule. So pairing the fact that we had seen each other 3 times in 10 days, it was stressing me out. At the same time, it was making me really come to a crossroads and say, is this worth continuing? Because when you start dating somebody, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I have no idea how other people do this, but I usually can tell pretty quickly if I'm really attracted to somebody and I want to continue anything. To be honest, this is a therapy session of a statement to make, but I have always had trouble connecting with people romantically long term, in the sense that I I love my friends, and I have friends that I've known for years, and they're so important to me. My friends, my non-romantic, non-sexual friends are some of the most important people I've ever come across in this mortal life. But when it comes to partners, they don't stick around. I don't keep them for very long. It's very rare. And when I do, like my first and I probably talked about this, my first long-term relationship was one that I realized after was centered around kind of pity and confusion being in my first long-term relationship. I realized that I didn't love the guy as much as I should have for being in such a long-term relationship. Had to end that. My second long-term relationship, my 2 of 2 long-term relationship, I loved the guy. I loved every moment I got to spend with him. We barely ever fought about anything. I loved being with him. I loved talking to him. I loved the sex. I loved everything. He wasn't flawless or anything. I could think of all of his flaws even when being in a relationship with him, but I loved him for who he was. And then he completely deceived me. Like, it was like 5 years of a lot of happiness and contentment, and then at the end it was all a big deception. I might talk about it one day. I don't know. Go into those details of what happened, but it basically made me never be able to trust anyone again. I don't know how I ever could. Like, it's kind of like, you know, I'm an atheist, and somebody could try to convince me that, like, God is maybe out there, but I'm just kind of, like, listening and saying, like, okay, I've been through this before. I went to church all my life and was basically condemned for being a human being. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my... Look at that. Oh, we covered lots of ground in this time that we were putting this together. Fun conversation. I swear to God, you guys learn so much about me through these sometimes. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to go off. Okay. But anyways, that's my outlook on dating. Anyways, so on our third date with me and the third person that I went on a date with, we went on a really fun date. It's really interesting, the date that we went on. I met all of her friends, and we played Nerf fighting. We played Nerf games, Nerf tag, in an abandoned, not abandoned, I don't think it was abandoned, but it was like an off-duty, what do you call those? Escape the room building. Really fun date. But I knew that night I was gonna break it off with her, and because I was getting just too stressed out about how much time these dates were taking out of my life, and that I didn't necessarily see like a strong like falling in love connection with her. So on the way home, as she was driving me home, because I don't know how to drive a car, I told her that this would be the last date, and that we weren't going to see each other anymore. And when we got to my house, I ended up sitting with her in her car for 3 hours, like till 3 a.m. and crying. Like, it was a mess. And I realized how much that I so easily can hurt these people that I date. Because besides the one guy that completely deceived me after 5 years of a relationship, I never really fell in love. I've never gotten even with that guy, I didn't get my heart broken. By the time it was done, I was just relieved to be out of it. When he hugged me goodbye and he was crying as he was giving me my stuff, I was just like emotionless. I was relieved that I was kind of getting rid of him at that point. And my heart wasn't broken anymore. I was just, I was angry. I wasn't sad. I was angry. So anyways, I I deleted my Tinder because I never wanted... Oh, my computer might just die on us if I don't. What's plugged in here? Okay. I have to plug my computer in. Please get some juice. Do not... That would be crazy if it just died during the stream. I don't know if that's ever happened to me. Anyways, so yeah, I deleted my Tinder, for in the entire pandemic. Then I started dating again, and I ended up dating 2 boys. I didn't mean to just find boys. They just, you know, appeared in my life. One was from real life, and then one was from Tinder. And they both ended up deceiving me in another way, in different ways. I don't know if I've talked about those situations, or at least one of them, on this channel. I probably will eventually. It's weird because something happened that I don't know if it happened. Like, to this day, I don't know if something happened and I perceived something a certain way, and I never asked him. Even if I asked the dude, he didn't have to tell me the truth. So, I basically I don't date right now. I just am not dating. It's too much trouble. Anyways, let's get back to your comments. We got a lot of comments. I'm trying to see what the last one is that I read. Azurcloud says, I actually would like to live in a place with a barcode. It would be my ideal date. I love video games. Oh, a barcade. Barcode? Barcode? I'm so confused. A barcade. Oh, that's fun. Ooh, this is lifting. Not good. Guys, we got lift off. We got lift off on the dollar store glue. We have to glue that back. I don't drink anymore, but I drink casually in a barcade. There's nothing wrong with drinking casually. If you like, I don't drink because I don't like it. I don't like the way I feel during and after. I feel stupid. I feel fat. I feel sick. That's what happens to me when I drink. So I just kind of avoid it, and I don't like the taste either. Like, you fill it with a bunch of sugar, and like that's how you make it actually taste good. I like the taste of cannabis. I like the taste of coffee. Like, those are things I like. But everybody has different tastes, has different flavors that they enjoy, and ways that they feel. It's just not for me. Just that's just my thing. I remember you talking about one that was right before you came out as bi, right? I was always kind of out as bi. I was never like in the closet. Well, I mean, I came out to my friend the first time when I was in high school. But I guess generally to like people in my life, I never brought it up, but it wasn't like I was lying about it. No one asked, and it's no one's business, I guess, is more how I looked at it, I guess. But technically, I was coming out to a lot of people that didn't really think of me as anything else but straight, you know? So I guess technically I was kind of coming out. So, that's that. Come on, guy. Is this... Oh, I unplugged my glue gun to plug my, what can I unplug here? Okay, we're unplugging... Oh, no. I have to wait for this to heat up again. We are in the home stretch. This will be done by 10. Oh, 10 here. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm keeping you up late, but I am talking a lot. Gosh, if you watch these live streams, you practically know my life story, because I just start gabbing, and, I mean, that's what... Right before, okay. It's sad that you had a bad experience with the Tinder adventure. You were really wiggling your leg when you stopped working. Oh, I do that naturally. It's not a nervous thing. My dad does it. I guess it keeps me energized. I don't know. Probably restless leg. No, I don't think it's restless leg. It's just like me storing up energy. I'm just like kind of. It's kind of like a reflex. I'm doing it right now. It just feels good to me. Azure Cloud says, I've only dated once, lasted 4 months. Oh, that's a decent length of a relationship. And the person was supposed to be my best friend, and for 2 years, she did a 180 in the relationship, and I didn't even know I was in an abusive relationship. I'm so sorry until I was out of it. Dude, I'm so sorry. That is tough. That is really tough. Honestly, like, the thing is, where I am now with dating, I don't know if this will change, so I don't like to say things as, forever kind of feelings, but I don't ever foresee myself in a monogamous, committed relationship again in my life. One, because they give me so much anxiety that they are nailing me down. Like, whenever somebody would get too close to me, take up too much of my time, and this is completely individual to me. Like, I'm the person that you hate from Tinder, the person that just is terrible. But I try to be honest about what my expectations are, and I feel like that's the only way to be. But because I just am so married to my work and my craft, and I honestly am not a jealous person. Like, the people I'm dating can date other people just as long as we're all honest with each other. Like, I don't need to hear about the people you're dating. I just mean, like, don't deceive me. Don't tell me a lie when you don't need to. And the thing is, like, when you're non-monogamous, you're cutting that part of the whole equation out. There shouldn't be that much more that you're lying about in a relationship, or that you need to lie about. But somehow, deception happens. And I know I'm being vague about some of these things. Some of it's kind of private, but also some of it is confusing. I was recently thinking about telling a story time about one of them that happened recently. Like a dedicated, edited video. It's weird though, because again, it's like something that might have happened in my head, but it still affected me so much that I just cried myself to sleep multiple nights and considered how I might take my own life at some points. I don't know how seriously I would have ever gone in on that, but did think about it. It was bad. But yeah, I'm just not cut out. I'm just not cut out for dating. It's really annoying. But hey, I love my friends and I love you guys. Yeah, I want to date again, but I want to be able to feel like I can depend on myself before I date again. That is so smart. Being in a good headspace just by yourself, just kind of like in your own skin, in your own life, is almost the prerequisite of being in any kind of relationship. And then I think, like, again, when it comes to the only prerequisite that I have at this point with someone that I'm with is just to tell the truth, just to be honest, just to be open. Again, I don't need to hear about the other dates. I just need to know what affects me. Or, yeah, that's it. But sometimes that's a little too much to ask. Dating, am I right? Oh, annoying. And I use dating loosely because, like, literally at the point that I was at most recently, they were just like, I guess I would call them a friend, even though they're not the same kind of friend that I don't have sex with. But technically that's all I could call them, because they weren't like a partner. They weren't, because that's just, we weren't doing that. So, what the heck? What a mess. Okay, we're gonna have to figure this one out later, because it's all effed up. It's all glued up. We're gonna just finish this out. I really just want to finish this last audio guy. Now that our glue gun is heated up again. Dude, you want to hear the biggest disappointment of Michael's Halloween decor? Ow! Ow! Jesus! Oh, that was the first time I did that tonight. Right on my finger. Like, the hottest of the hot. Okay. I went to Michael's, and I watch, like, Jay the Libra. I am, like, Where We Go Next. I'm on the Facebook group. Looking out for, because I have basically, I'm next to a mall, so I have all the big box stores right around me in my neighborhood. And, I saw in Michael's that they had this vintagey, like red glass decanter. I have been looking for a decanter specifically for my mouthwash. I thought that would be really cool. That, like, you know, on my bathroom sink pedestal is this potion bottle, and it was like jewel cut, and it was really neat. And I found it. They finally put it out, and they had a couple left. It said table decoration, and the stopper did not come off. It was not a real decanter. It didn't open. It wasn't a vessel. I was so mad. I spent a lot of time in the aisle trying to get that melted glass off of the base, as if, like, I was pulling Excalibur out of the rock. It was so stupid. Man, sometimes I hate how honest I am. I'm actually honest to a fault, even if it gets me in trouble because I feel bad when I lie. Dude, that's my life. I out myself constantly. Constantly. Like, I don't even need to say some of the things I say sometimes. Ugh. It happens. It's real. And that's exactly right. Like, I say, when I try to say that about myself, my personality, I always lead with, it's not like I'm saying, like, I'm this perfect person who's extremely altruistic. I'm saying I'm so scared of being caught in a lie and trying to wind the lie into, like, a deeper, more detailed, like, story that I just don't start. I don't, like, I mean, I'm not saying I've never white lied about anything in my life, because that would be a lie. But, I stay pretty honest about the important things, sometimes not even the important things. I just can't. I just can't. I can't believe how long this took. Okay. This board, though, that I'm working on, it has been quite helpful because it's corrugated, so it has lines running up and down it. So I can kind of match up exactly, like, how to make it up and down, you know, really, really perpendicular and parallel. That's been helpful, I've got to say. That's like almost my entire dating history. When I was in my 20s, I went from, like, my first serious boyfriend from college, and I kind of, like, in high school and college, I dated, like, it was like kiddie dating. It wasn't like anything remotely serious, not even anything remotely physical. And then I went from that first serious relationship to, like, I slept with one guy, and then, like, 6 weeks later, in between, like, from the last serious boyfriend, I ended up in a relationship with my second serious boyfriend, and then never again. never a serious relationship again. So yeah, lying is the worst. Azure Cloud, yeah, right. Like, it just feels like being honest is because as soon as you lie, then you have to keep up and act until you can pretend it didn't happen. Plus, I just don't like manipulating people. Me neither. People seem to hate the truth. Interactus says, people seem to hate the truth. I think a lot of people have their own truths, or they like to, honestly, we've been watching this for years kind of play out, that everybody has their own reality. And I think people like to convince themselves that they're on the right side. Oh, I've messed this up. I've gone and done it again. But that just seems like the case with a lot of people. And you almost can't fault them, because sometimes I've questioned a lot, like, am I on the right side of some issues, of my opinions, or what I think to be right or true? I mean, take the abortion side. Like, there's nothing I care about more but women's rights. But the thing is, like, I know that the opinion comes from a very selfish place of, I never want to be put in that position of raising a child with somebody that I mean, we've already gone over in this entire video how much I either have had trouble connecting with somebody, or have been deceived, or like, I would never, that would end my life. I don't mean like, I mean that would be the end to the life I'd want to live, to have a child, because it's just something I don't want badly. It's like, I like to explain it to anybody who can't, well, I mean, being a dad would be similar, like, but maybe a dad can, it's easier to run away from that. I don't know. I mean, that's what I would assume, because it's the women that get hunkered. Like, I mean, there's a problem about men not having custody over their children sometimes, but I feel like, and maybe this is just anecdotal, it seems like, it's the women that are forced to have the children. And we were talking about this today, actually, amongst my friends, where I was saying that, I was talking about this and how much I just cannot relate to somebody who wants to give their life, because I have such big plans. I have other plans for my life that, and if somebody's life goal was to be a mother or a father, that's their goal, and they're living their life and they're achieving it. But since I don't have that same goal, I couldn't imagine doing all that work myself for, like, this person that is a roll of the dice what their personality is going to be, and for at least a portion of their life they're going to hate you, because that's just how it always works out. So, Ezra Cloud says, even as a call center manager, there are things I can't tell my agent, but I will always try to be real with my agents if I believe it. And Ezra Cloud says, yes, some actresses and actors don't act anymore because of children. Oh, yeah, I guess that is kind of true. I mean, Jessica Alba, she created the Honest Company, so I feel like, I don't know if, like, it's the children that took her away from that, or that company, or both. I don't know. Yeah. I have other goals. And I'm sure she wanted kids, like, that was part of her plan, or, like, but even as an actor, if I'd be, like, a successful actor, I don't know if I foresee I don't know if I foresee myself having a baby and a child. For a lot of different reasons. Like, vain reasons, selfish reasons. But, I mean, I wouldn't want a selfish person bringing a kid into this world anyways. So if I know that I feel this way, it would be such a detriment to the child for me to be their mother. I at some point thought that, like, if I get kind of, like, later in the years, like, later in my life, like in my 50s maybe, and I don't want to chase this life of entertainment anymore, that I might, like, adopt. Because why not? There's tons of kids out there that could use a good home. Because I always like the idea of teaching people things, teaching little people things. Like, my mom, it's weird because, like, I have such this rejection over kids, even though, like, I really love my parents. They really love me. I had a really good upbringing. But I think I just am able to discern, without being a parent, how much work that seems to be. How much time and work you have to dedicate to raising children. I don't think I need to be a parent, but, like, what my friends and I were talking about was that there seems to be something that we as single, childless women don't understand, because a lot of people will say, like, children change their lives, they're better people with children are the best thing that ever happened to them. And there are people that feel the opposite way, of course. Like, that's not everybody that feels that way, but we're like, are we missing something? Because this doesn't sound like a good idea to us. So, that's just kind of where I am now. I've always wanted to do a video, again, another dedicated video. There's a lot of videos that I've planned to do almost the whole time I've had This Is Just Paul that I just never like landed on, or never felt like I'm pointing to my wheel, or I never felt ready to make or whatever. And one of those was, there's like all the reasons I don't drive a car, or all the reasons I never want to get married. And the purpose of these videos is just to, if there's anyone out there who might feel any type of way, because those are things, not knowing how to drive a car and not ever wanting to have children, I wouldn't say that they're super rare. I think not driving a car is even more rare than not having children or whatever. But if there was anyone in the world who felt the same way but had trouble articulating why, or feeling or they felt alone in the world, that they felt weird, because there's so many times that I feel so weird. Like, take the dating example, about how I have such a hard time falling in love with somebody or really attaching myself to another human being. I call it my superpower because it means I never get hurt, and I've never had my heart broken, and I'm so very stable and strong on my own 2 feet without anybody. It's a superpower in that way. But at the same time, I've questioned, is there something wrong with me? Like, I love people. And I am so good with people, and I love talking to people, and I love making friends, and I love learning about people. It's not just like me there's a lot of divulging of myself on this channel because I'm the only one talking. Cha-ching. Just heard my phone go off. But I have felt like sometimes like I have to be the only one that feels this way because it's just so weird and I never hear about it. So I've always wanted to make videos on my own points of view and for those certain things, that maybe if there's somebody out there that is feeling like an alien in the same way, they can find solace, and they can find, because that's what YouTube is for me. I found so many people who are out there that share these weird not off the cuff, but like weird left of center or left field. Left field is, I'm like trying to find the colloquialism. These opinions or these feelings, and I found these people out there and on YouTube, these people that I watch, and I always wanted to do the same because YouTube has always, I'm getting teary. That's stupid. YouTube has always made me feel like no other thing in the world. Not movies, not people in my, well, I mean, some people in my life have good friends that I relate to, but it's reaching across miles and countries and sometime. I mean, like, YouTube's only been around since 2005, but you find similar people that you connect with that you might not have in your small town. When I was in Catholic school, it was the only time in my life that I was bullied because I just there was no one like me. And when I left and went to this big, gigantic public school, there were like, not 1,000, there were hundreds of people in my graduating class. There were so many different kinds of people to pick from to be friends with. There were people of different races and religions and points of view that I didn't feel like the only person like me. So I always wanted to do that when it came to YouTube. That was the whole point of, because the thing is, the show's called This Is Just Paul. It's a pretty like self-centered show. But I follow YouTubers that have a similar, there's so many YouTubers that just name the channel after themselves, and they do a variety of things that they just want to do in their life. A lot of them focus on a specific thing. Like, for example, I just found this YouTuber who's so funny. Her name is Caroline Winkler, And she focuses on interior design. That's how I found her, because I'm getting into that. That's a genre I'm getting into. But she also does vlogs, and she talks about her life and her personal life constantly that has nothing to do with interior design. And I just love that she's so funny and relatable in ways that it's like she can speak a sentence. Like, people like this will speak a sentence that I've only thought in my head and no one else has ever articulated outside of my head. And when you find people like that, it's magic. And I'm not saying that my experience is special or better or more spectacular. I make my own money. I live a very creative life, which I'm very grateful for. But I'm just a normal person, and that's the whole point. If there's another normal person out there that had similar viewpoints that I did, that I could kind of reciprocate that sharing, and make someone else feel like they are not alone. All right. I go on rants, and then I have to kind of backtrack on some of the conversations we had in the chat, so I'm sorry for that, guys. Okay, Azure Club, we're talking about Jessica Alba. So she said in an interview, kids changed her life in a way where she couldn't act as much anymore. Okay. So in result, she created her company. Got it. I didn't know that. That's very good information. My take is some people who say children change their lives for the better, it's possible those people needed some direction, and a child was that direction for them. Very astute, and I can totally see that being incredibly valid. That is incredibly valid. Very plausible. For others, that's just not their bag. Because, like, one thing that my mom did say when I would talk to her about, like, my dreams and everything, she said to me, like, I never really had a dream job like you did, Jessica. Like, I always, like, ever since I was, I always wanted to be an actor since I was, like, a preteen. But I dropped that dream for years to, go after art. And then when I realized it was possible, I'm like, okay, acting, that's it. That's what we're gonna do. And she said, like, she thought, like, writing she was interested in, but besides that, she didn't necessarily have any other goals, but besides, like, be a mom, because that's what kind of everybody else did. And she did a good job. I mean, I think she did a good job. I love my parents, and my parents love me, so I guess and I feel supported, and I feel loved, so I had a good childhood, so I guess that's all you could ask for. I'm very grateful every day. Like, I tell them a weird amount. Like, they're probably, like, a little sick of it, of how grateful I am about them being my parents, so it doesn't go unsaid. I'm very lucky. I feel weird being the only one out of everyone I know not having a license. You don't have a license either? Oh my god, twinsies! Twinsies! Did you never get your license like me? I'm showing passion showing, yeah. It gets me emotional because I can think of all those times where it was like an epiphany of seeing someone say something again that I've thought and not had that experience in my real life. So welcoming. So yeah, great tangents, gets interesting, lots of insight. Thank you Interactus. Thank you guys for being here. I know that this is quite a project. I'm happy to go on the tangents. I mean, I've said before, like, and this is kind of a cliche, other YouTubers have said this, but, like, I never necessarily gone to therapy, but, I've recently started going to life coaching, but besides that, the closest thing I've gotten to kind of talking about my problems or my shortcomings are on YouTube to other people. It's cathartic, at least. If I'm not getting answers or leading questions that will help me towards answers, at least I'm feeling a catharsis of getting something out there and then being met with relatability and positivity and understanding. And of course there's other dissenting opinions, which is fine too. Honestly, some of those are great too, because that's where I learn and grow, and learn that maybe my viewpoints are stunted or closed-minded or ignorant sometimes. Like, I've definitely found enlightenment when I thought that I was right, and I you know, could have been better at certain things. I hope we all have. Oh no. See, I'm trying to rush it again, and then it falls apart. I really, like, this is as fast as I can actually go. It's crazy. Nah, I could never afford a car, so I'm just used to walking everywhere and riding my bike, which doubles as exercise. Yes, it does, and that's one of my biggest points on, like, why I don't have a license myself. If I had a car, oh my god, I would probably just get used to driving it everywhere and never exercise. I might cut time on some of my errands, but I'm also putting, you know, noxious fumes into the environment. I'm adding on the expenses of having and owning a car. We're getting into the reasons. I'll save it. But yeah, those are some of the reasons. I also if you're interested in like a no car life as well, I recommend the channel Not Just Bikes, and oh my god, there's a really funny channel that I don't remember what it's called. It's an environmental channel, but it was a comedian, and the comedian was so funny. He actually guest starred on Not Just Bikes, and that might have been how I found him. No, I found him another way, I think. God, I don't remember what the channel's called. Or what his name was. He had a funny name, like a weird first name. I don't remember what it is. Walking... How do you pronounce your name, Case Con? Case Con? Walking is underrated. It totally is. And Not Just Bikes talks about how American cities have been designed for cars and cars only. Like, places you might be able to walk, they didn't provide those sidewalks or you know, shade or anything like that, you know. Yeah, I've also said to myself, if I do get a car, it has to be electric so it can be green. Yeah, walking is great. I agree. This one is sketchy. The last guy I put in, he's not very stable in general. I wonder if I can still use this glue dot that I've made here. Did I already use up this freaking glue stick? Another one. Yo. Good thing I got one more. We're so close, guys. We're gonna cut this puppy after this. I think we got one more dot. I should probably fix some of them on here later, off screen. But besides that, we're gonna cut it and then we're gonna hook it back up, and we're gonna like do a little bit of wiring here. You should be like one thing that you can do with this stuff is solder. I decided not to do that. I just don't want to solder. I don't want to figure that out. It's fumey, it's stinky, I don't want to do it. And also, like, I think one of the things about this is you could, like, clip it on the wrong way so that it doesn't light up the rest, and I don't want to deal with that. Interactive says, I was just telling someone today that we were born with legs, not wheels. We were supposed to be walking. Yeah, I mean, I don't take for granted my legs. Like, I use them as much as possible. Azure Cloud, I've told my Uber drivers I know Pittsburgh better than my hometown Erie because I literally walked everything downtown in Pittsburgh when I was going to college. Did you go to Pitt, Azure Cloud? Where did you go? CMU? What other colleges are in Pittsburgh? Pitt Point Park. This camera battery's been going strong. You don't have to tell me, by the way, if that's too personal. What's your history? What's your date of birth? What's your social security number? There's a lot of time for this shape. Are we proud of this? Was this worth it? I think it will be worth it when we create the letters. And also when we create the letters... Oh, damn it. God damn it. Oh, man, I messed it up. Okay, I can't use the same glue dot. That was a mistake. We have to put it on here all together. My finger has to be close enough to it to hold it on, but also not touching the hot metal. Can you see how messy it is, by the way? Like, I'm wondering how much of a problem I'm gonna have. I mean, it actually doesn't look that bad on camera, but I don't know. It's not that great. That's where we are with it. Oh, Art Institute of Pittsburgh. Got it, yeah. Right across the street from Point Park. The first movie that I ever filmed in Pittsburgh as an actor, like student indie film, was from a kid from Art Institute. Yeah, really great guy. What was his name? His first name was... I haven't seen him in a couple years. It's escaping me right now. But the film was called it's on my resume. Long Way from Home? No. Oh my god, I can't believe I forget. Wow. Oh, Every Day But Tomorrow. Every Day But Tomorrow was the film. I liked it. I actually liked how it turned out. Like, that was my first performance. It wasn't the first audition I ever went on, but it was the first thing I ever filmed. Like, Shepherd was, like, the first thing I auditioned for, and I got that as well. But... we're so close. We're so close. Are you done? No, you're gonna warm Ducky. I like these roots, by the way. They are strong. I'm enjoying them. They're so rock and roll. They don't really fit with the dress today, but they look good at emo night. If you're listening, whoa. Sing. Oh, I don't want to get copyright strike. That's what I sang though. It was so fun. It was so fun. Cause that song opens with vocals, guys. It was all me. Though the guitarist really liked singing it too, so he sang it before my song even started. It was fine. It was fine. I love the band. I think they're just so generous with their time. I mean, they're getting paid and everything, but I gotta reinforce this is gonna fall apart. Then I think after that's dry, I'm gonna let it go, and then I'm gonna cut it, and then we're gonna connect it. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Should we tape it up tonight? No, we're not. We're just gonna light it here, and we're gonna connect it and see if the connection works. Ah, damn it. Don't. Still tacky. It was very, very wet, actually. Oh, there's little screws all over my desk and lots of glue dollops. Look at this. Ew. Gotta find all these. Did I get a cookie? I never got food, right? Did I do that? No, I didn't. If you're listening, whoa. Anyone know what that song's about, by the way? The sweetness will not be concerned with me. Alright, let's cut this sucker. Can you see? So I'm gonna give it a lot of length because I want it to come off of the piece. Not too much length, actually. Just a little bit. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're gonna just go here. That seems like a conservative amount. So as you see, you get these little tick marks here. You see, they're kind of light on the camera, but they're there. So that's where you're supposed to cut. Okay. Now, what I'm gonna do is take the length of the rope that I just cut off. It's tangled up in my chair, my rolly chair. Hold on, I need to figure this out. Okay. Okay, let's light this up for one thing. Ow. Let's just make sure it works for right now. Okay, we're done with the glue gun. What can we unplug? Oh, not that. Oh my gosh, if this thing freaking doesn't light up after all that, oh my god. I will just go to bed. That's what I'll do. Be like, well, good show, guys. I'm gonna go get high and go to bed. Okay. That just blinded you. I'm so sorry. Let's dim that down. I think that's... Okay, it lights. Let's just... Do I have to unplug that every time? I don't know, whatever. I guess, whatever. Whatever! Be really cool if my other dimmer worked. Why does it not, by the way? Like, that's very sad to me. I'm gonna try one more time. I'm in denial. I thought I did. I thought I lit it up before. Like, it's got kind of a casing on it that's, like, pushing it. It's like I want to cut that off. I'm going to do that. Oh, wait a minute. I'll plug this back in. Okay, so there's a bit of a... There's a bit of like, rubber around this. Like, this should be kind of flush. My other one is flush. And I don't really know what it's protecting. So it's like I can't stick the other dimmer far enough into it. Here we're getting into electrical. Here Jessica is getting into territory she probably shouldn't mess with. But it's my stuff. I guess I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm just going to chip away at this rubber. Just kind of cut away. Because... hopefully it will fit into my other dimmer that I like so much. Like, I can turn the whole thing off, or I can wind it up to fit. And I don't think the cutting away this rubber will take away any of the I mean, who knows? Who the frick knows? Okay. So now it looks like my other guy. Let's see if this works. Okay, still does not. Oh, well, I don't think I heard it. Let's see. I'm sad. I'm sad that that dimmer doesn't work, but let's see if this still works now that I've cut that piece off. I don't know why it's there. It doesn't make that much of a difference. Oh, wait. What? It doesn't? Oh, okay. Why did that take so long? I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, it still works. It's fine. As I hoped. Now, this is the big test. This is the last thing we're going to do tonight. So, I am going to hook this up to the rest of the rope and see if the rest of the rope lights up. And how I'm going to do that, I'm going to do two different things here. Okay, so I bought two different kinds of these things. These are wait a minute. I was gonna say these are pre-clipped, but it looks like it's only pre-clipped on one side. Oh, you gotta open it like a frickin' like candy bar, all right. Interesting. So okay. So I have to kind of dig in here a little bit. I should have watched, hello? Like, hello? Okay, there you are. I should have watched these videos closer to the time I wanted to try this. But if I'm not, I think I can go, if I really mess this up, I can go back to the last notch and that will just be that. But, I have to dig in here and find our filament. If that's even the right word, I think I'm making that up. I'm going to find it with scissors. It's not plugged in right now, so we should be fine. And then I'm going to expose... Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. And then I'm going to expose this little, you know, like the conductor. Okay, again, that doesn't... Fuck. And then once I expose that metal in there, I can take this clip. How do I open this? I don't want to use like metal to open these things, but sometimes I'm like, do I have a screwdriver? Okay, I think this is the little door. There it is. Okay, again, out of focus, but here we are. So I'm basically connecting the two bits of, like, I'm really mad that this part doesn't have a connector. I feel like I'm being gypped. I feel like that's what I was hoping for, but it's not the end because I bought these that are also clips. Yet I was going to use them with these. But okay, so let's try this, I guess. So I'm going to cut into here. Again, we're unplugged. I don't think it's going to be that hard. Silicone's pretty easy to cut through. I mean, it's thickums, but it's not impossible. It's gummy. I wonder how much I have to cut through. And I guess anybody who's making a sign that does break at some point, you have to do this. You can technically make a, like, we kind of made like a linear sign, what we just did, you know, right now, that didn't necessarily need to be connected to anything else, but we want to do that. We want to do that with the sign. And so this is going to cross the walls. I don't know if I need to cut this away, if I need to cut that much. Do I have to take apart the back of the silicone as well? Again, should have watched a little bit. I watched this stuff like a month ago or more because that's when I was excited, and then I bought all the supplies, and I'm like, well, I guess I gotta do this now. No, I'm happy. I'm very excited we're actually doing this. Stay positive. Love that so much. Okay, I don't know if I need to take the silicone backing off. I'm gonna keep it on for now, and if it works, cool. If it doesn't, I'll take the silicone. No, I think I have to take it off because it won't close. Lord Barrows, hello, welcome to the party. Okay, I think this is the only way I can hook it on. Like this? Oh, I'm slightly out of frame, sorry. Jesus Christ. So I'm connecting the metal to the metal, basically. We got metal here, we got metal there. And I'm putting them together, and I think I can't screw that part up. I'm not sure though. Why it's making me upset that it's hard. Okay, maybe I don't know why. That's a light. Do I just kind of slip it in there? I don't know if the metal needs to be touching. I'm sure that there should have been like directions with this. Maybe it goes like this. It's not that easy to close, and that makes me think I'm doing something wrong. Okay. That is technically closed, but I don't know if it's facing the right way. Now, we're going to take this end and do the exact same thing. We have to cut away and expose our wire, which again is not that difficult. This is really made for this kind of thing. And then you just cut. So, am I out of frame again? I should really check that before I start doing something. I'm like hoping that I'm not even like messing with this conductor as I'm taking scissors to this piece here. Okay, again, so yellow thing is a light, I'm pretty sure. Gold things are our, copper things are our conductors. Now, here are my clips. So instead of soldering, you're just connecting these. And what should happen is that when we plug this in, despite there being just like a small length of cord here, it should be able to conduct all the way to this other piece that we have in our hands. Okay, again, it seems like this is the only way that this could go. Wait a minute. How do I... Where the frick? See, this is, See, there's a couple things that could go wrong here, and I'm not sure. Okay, so I guess I need to put these through these holes. I'm just assuming. I'm literally just assuming. And I don't know... like, for one thing, I could be in the wrong hole. I could be not deep enough. Like, I'm sticking this in the hole, but I don't even know if it's all the way through. We are guessing at this point, and I don't know if I was maybe supposed to strip some of this wiring. This will be a miracle if this actually works out, I think. I don't have a lot of faith. Okay, I'm gonna close this on. I think I'm closing it. Am I? How's it know though? It's like, there's no way that that should be able to close. Maybe, no. That seems very violent. Like, you can't close that on it. No, okay, those just completely just fell out. Does anybody have any information on this? Has the LED message been decided on? I think that it has L. I don't know what that means. She seems to be doing the final connections. I am. I don't know. I don't know about this one, guys. I closed that. I can't get it back open. I guess I'm gonna get another one. Oh, this one is open on both sides. I don't know if you can see that, but this is what I should be doing. I should be putting it in this camera. So this is like closed. It's like a little rectangle. And these are both opened. And so I guess I'm supposed to put these in there. Now, if that's metal, okay, yeah, this looks correct. Wait a minute. Yeah. If that's metal, that means I have to strip some of these wires a little bit, I'm pretty sure, because there's no way. Wait a minute, let me try something, actually. We're gonna hook this up. Okay, that's lit. Now let's see if these will conduct. So basically, I'm just gonna touch it and see if it actually, they work. No. Let's put it the other way, the other two. Did I just... I think that the touching these should give me some kind of light here, but this connection could be wrong. Even though I don't know how it could be. It's not really on there, that's one thing. I mean, kind of, but not really. Okay, let's... This is where a video would come in real handy right now. I really don't know. I think I just did this. Is this how I had it before? It really should be the moment of truth. Okay, if that's... Hello. Why does it take so long? Or at all. I'm very confused about that. This started happening after I stripped away the little part. Oh. Wait, what? Why'd you stop lighting all of a sudden? Hello? cutting off that rubber part was a mistake. Possibly. Cool. Oh no, I don't have the dimmer on. I can't. Okay, I just want this to light up. I don't know if it's that easy. I don't know if I can just touch these and have it light up. It's not working. Again, this is like not on there too well. Like on one side it is, but not both sides. Ah, that's so bright. I knew this would be challenging. Okay, this is the other way to possibly do it. I'm scared because it seems to really be chewing up this copper filament. I don't know if, I mean, I can just go down the line a little bit. Thank God I had extra room. Okay, let's try. Okay, that is the only other way that I think I can configure this. So let's see if touching these wires. Well, and I don't actually know if this is enough to touch them. I just want to know if I've got the right thing going on here. Okay, that's not working. And the other way. No. Well, turn this off. Okay. Hey, Lord Barris, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I put this on the screen? No. Lord Barrows, thank you for the $5. Glad to see you've been a fan since Recreator. Thank you, dude. I know nothing about DIY projects, so I'm fascinated by this. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Half of that $5 is going to our charity tonight, which you can find. I think it's GlobalGiving. It's been GlobalGiving for like the last month because it's been, they haven't had a good time. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So I gotta say, okay, so here we are. It is 10 p.m. here. And I am very proud of this. Let's look at it again. Oh, sorry. Why do I always do that? This is our audio signal. I like it a lot. I am excited about this. I'm proud of it. It's simple. But I'm very, maybe I should, I'm sorry. I'm just like thinking of things. This should be shorter. Whatever. So, I think this is a good first step. And obviously this part does light up. The connecting part is very, very important. And I need to figure that out before the next time because it's the only way the sign's going to work. I'm not going to do an entirely, even if I do an entirely cursive sign, I still need to connect it to this one. And that's the whole point of me trying to connect that length of rope. There is a way. This isn't a failure. This is like a learn later. I'm going to have to watch a lot more videos or just get more directions on how the the hookup portion of it works. It didn't seem to be. There were a lot of people doing this on YouTube, and I don't believe that every one of them were A+ students. So I feel like I'm going to figure this out. That might sound mean, but I just think that it's very doable. It's very doable. Patrick Adams says the LED sign is looking pretty great so far, but as much as I'd like to hang, that's totally fine. Thank you so much for being here, Patrick Adams. I appreciate you being here. I know it's getting late for me. We're leaving right now. We're saying goodbyes. Lord Barros is another longtime fan of the Rec Radio Fan Club. Woo! Our little Jess is really grown up. Oh, I have to say, you guys really did get to watch me grow up from like young adult to full-blown adult, and I say this every time. I know I do. I sound like a broken record, but I'm just really grateful for you guys. My life is this. My life is being a creative. It's being an artist and a sharer, and I'm so grateful that I get to share with you and that you are receiving what I share, because it fulfills my life. It does. It really does. And every single person who stays and sticks with me on this stream for any length of time, I'm immensely grateful for. So thank you so much, guys. And this is my outro, and it's peace, love, rock and roll. I can never stop doing that. I just love it too much.